This time, I will call the York County June 3rd, 2024 County Council meeting to order. I want to welcome everyone here tonight. It's always good to see so many folks here in the gallery supporting and paying attention to what's going on to county business. For those of you who are so inclined, I will say the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for the many blessings that you've given our county. Thank you for sending your son as an example of what true sacrifice means. I ask for your protection over the men and women in uniform who serve and protect us. Please bless them and their families. I pray for your wisdom and guidance as we do the business of the people here tonight, that truth would prevail in all things, our discussion would glorify you, and that we would make decisions that are in the best interest of our community. In your son's name, amen.
Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We do have oath of office for newly appointed board and commission members. For folks who have been appointed to serve on our volunteer board and commissions, if I call your name, if you'll please come forward and stand in front of the podium, our county attorney will meet you in front of the podium and swear you into office. Sam Leslie and Ronald Carricker, Riverview Fire Tax District Board. Justin Coy, Catawba Regional Workforce Investment Board. Janet Atkinson and Caitlin Bull, Keep York County Beautiful at large. And Karen McVean, Keep York County Beautiful District 6. And as you make your way forward, on behalf of the council, I want to say thank you so much for the work that you do for the county. We simply can't do the work that's required for all county business without our boards and commissions. You do that free of charge, and you do that rarely with anybody telling you we appreciate what you do. And so we do want to say thank you for the work that you will do on behalf of the county, and we appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
Solemnly swear that I am duly qualified according to the Constitution of the state to exercise the duties of the office that I have been appointed, and that I will, to the best of my ability, discharge the duties thereof, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of this state.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your service to our county and community. We do have a couple of appearances here tonight, which is our next order of business. First up, council and staff to recognize Tara Rose on her service and retirement with York County. My understanding is that we have Tisa Weaver here who's going to, will recognize you. Thank you, ma'am.
I guess I just face this way.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. Before you stands Tara Rose. She is wife of Brian Rose, who is with her today. Brian. She's the mother of two beautiful young ladies, Madison and Bethany. She is a lifelong resident of York County, and she's going to correct me if I say anything wrong during this time. She's hard to believe by looking at her, but she has been employed with York County for 25 years. She has worked with the coroner's office, bond court, solicitor's office, and equity court.
I started out in
Planning. And I met Tara in 2007 at the solicitor's office, and I was fortunate enough to have her assigned to work with me on cases. And I've worked with her for several years, and then I was honored when she chose to leave the solicitor's office and come work with me at equity court. And in all these years, what I have learned about Tara is that she cares about her work and she cares about people. And she's worked with a variety of people. She's worked with law enforcement, victim, witnesses, legal staff, attorneys who are not so easy to work with, court staff, judges who also at times may not be so easy to work with, and the general public. And she's worked well with all, and they just love her. And I can't say enough nice things about Tara. She's just been a great employee. I've never heard any complaints in all the years I've worked with her. You wouldn't be able to tell this by looking at her either. She's a cancer survivor. This lady has endured more in the last few years than most of us will endure in our lifetimes. And she has handled it, and she continued to work hard. She rarely complained. She's just kept such a positive attitude, and it's God and Tara that she's doing as well as she is doing today. And Tara, I want to say to you that you are a wonderful person, and you have been a wonderful employee and a wonderful person to work with. I can't describe what it's going to be like not seeing you at work every day, and please forgive me that I did not do you justice in describing what you mean to me, the office in York County. But I want you to know that you have earned this time for you and your family, and you deserve this time for you and your family. And I just ask everyone to please join me in wishing Tara a happy retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Weaver, and we appreciate the comments. You certainly have the floor. You have earned it, Ms. Rose. If you would like to address council, you're certainly welcome to do that. Before you do that, I would just say on behalf of council, it's rare to find people who are loyal to their jobs for that long. 25 years is a long time, and it shows commitment and loyalty on your behalf. We appreciate the work that you've done for the county, and we're excited that you have a new chapter where maybe you're going to enjoy some time in retirement, and we certainly wish you well. And you are certainly welcome to the floor if you would like to speak.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
I don't want to cry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I think that there is a clock there that's going to recognize you for your service here at the county, too. Just a,
Thank you.
thank you, ma'am. We now have Catherine Jones, Director of Parks and Rec, to provide an update on the countywide park strategic plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, council members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you tonight and provide you an update with the strategic planning process. Dr. Bob Brookover and Dr. Bob Barcelona could not be here this evening to provide this update, which is why I'm here today. I'm excited to say we have kicked off this process. Just a couple weeks ago, Dr. Brookover came into town, and we have started some meetings and some park inventory, and really, really excited to get started here. I'll just give you a little bit of, Aaron, I don't know if this is working. Here we go. Here we are. Okay, so Clemson. Clemson University Parks, Recreation, Tourism Management Department was hired as the consultants to do our strategic plan. Our lead consultant will be Dr. Bob Brookover. As you can tell, he's got an extensive amount of experience in conducting plans all across the state of South Carolina. Matter of fact, he's done studies and reports in all but 5 counties in South Carolina and over 50 municipalities in South Carolina alone. Dr. Bob Barcelona also has extensive experience in recreation planning, consulting, program evaluation projects, etc. Both of these guys are very involved in the National Recreation Parks Association, NRPA. You'll hear that later on. So they're very invested into this profession and the research behind this. Also, I'd like to mention, too, that Clemson was recently selected to rewrite the SCORP, which is the statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan for South Carolina Parks, Recreation, and Tourism Department. So that is a statewide plan that they just were selected to rewrite. It is to be rewritten every 5 years for the state of South Carolina. So counties and municipalities all across the state utilize that plan, and we have to actually adhere to that plan when we apply for grants and whatnot. So that just speaks to the amount of experience that they have, and even what our state office thinks of Clemson University. Before I get into the process, I just want to remind members of council what the purpose of and the goals of our strategic plan are. It is a long-range plan for Parks and Recreation here in York County. With us being a new department, and we have a number of individual park master plans, which you all have approved, and those are great. Now we kind of need a plan and path forward on how are we going to prioritize those projects with development programs and services, as well as what else do we need here in York County in the future. So this guide, this plan will give us that information and that feedback and provide recommendations, achievable recommendations for us for the next 5 to 10 years that will set us up for success and sustainability 10 to 20 years down the road. So the process, I mentioned that Dr. Brookover's already been here. He's met with county management. He's met with myself and my staff. He has gathered financial information, operational information. I have taken him to all of our parks so he can get kind of an inventory and put his eyes on what parks that we do have. So that's already underway. Benchmarking and trends analysis is the kind of next step, and it kind of goes along with all this information gathering. And you see the NRPA benchmarking, so they will utilize a lot of those tools that the National Recreation Parks Association has, and look at our data and kind of compare the two and see where we are. So they'll use those benchmarking and trends analysis. The next piece is the stakeholder engagement and needs assessment survey. So this is where everybody kind of gets to be involved in this process. This is just not at the staff level. So this involves council, and this involves public and stakeholders within the community. And to start off, which the schedule's in the memo that I provided to you, we are working on a survey as we speak. That survey will get pushed out towards the end of June. It is facilitated by a third party that Clemson utilizes to collect all this data. They code it, and the scientifically valid survey is where they randomly select 500 addresses in York County based on our demographics and our population, and they send those out. We are guaranteed to get 500 responses back. So if they don't get a response, they'll move on to the next one, so forth and so on. So we're guaranteed those 500 responses scientifically. We'll also have a survey posted online for any York County resident to complete. So I say this here tonight, hopefully that people that are listening in and people that are here in the audience tonight will be on the lookout for that, and that's something that we will heavily market, and we want the citizens' input. This is an opportunity to provide feedback on Parks and Recreation across the entire county, and will set us up for success in the future. So strongly encourage them to participate in that. Hopefully, again, that'll be posted by end of June. It'll take 6 to 8 weeks for us to get those results, or for Clemson to kind of get those results. They'll compile those. And they'll be presented to us 2 different ways. So those scientifically valid responses will not be mixed in with the online, because we want to see those random responses. Also, what will take place later in July is focus groups. And that's where we gather with stakeholders throughout the community, businesses, school districts, other recreation providers, and citizens, and sit down and have one-on-one conversations, and the consultant will lead those. In addition to that, there will also be a public input session. So there will be one night where, again, it'll be open to the public. Anybody can come. I encourage people to come and participate and share their thoughts on our current facilities, as well as needs and desires for future facilities and services. That will also be scheduled later July. As soon as we're working out those dates now, as soon as we have those dates, we'll provide them to you, as well as list them on our county website and get those pushed out. Following that process will be the recommendations and reporting. And we will be provided recommendations for facilities, programs, services, and even our current operations, like how can we improve efficiencies. So they're going to dive into all of that, again, budgeting, where we are, how we, what are some recommendations on financing and strategizing and prioritizing the things that we have here in York County. Let's see here. So the last piece, I mentioned county management's met with them, staff and Parks and Recreation's met with them. We're going to meet with focus groups, stakeholders, and the general public. But you're part of this process too. You should be here probably in the next week hearing from county management or Karen to schedule a time to meet with the consultant. So the consultant would like to have small group sessions, 1 hour. He has divided those up geographically. And so you will get those dates that you can schedule those and meet one-on-one. Those can be virtual, or if there's preference to meet in person, we'll just have to arrange that with his schedule. But you're part of this process as well, where you'll be able to provide your input with the consultant. And what we need from you guys too is just to help promote the survey. Encourage folks to fill it out. That way we make we make the best of this process. And then also promoting the town hall meeting late July, and we will provide those dates to you as soon as we have those in. Lastly, Dr. Brookover said that, again, he apologized for being here tonight. He actually serves as a council member for City of Clemson. So their meetings are tonight. They fall on the same nights of ours, which is why he couldn't be here. But if you have specific questions or would like to give him a call, his contact information is there. I've also provided that to you in memo and the slides.
Thank you, Catherine. We appreciate all the work that you're doing with our Parks Department, and we know that this is a big step in making sure that we have a conglomerate. We have little piecemeal approaches to some of our parks now, and I think this will bring it all together. And it sounds like we've got one of the best folks that works with our state counterparts to help lead us in that. Are there any questions from council before we move on to consent agenda?
Just to say go ahead, Bob.
Oh, I didn't.
Oh, I was going to say, I think our committee feels the same way as
Yeah.
you shared. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, first of all, nice job on what you're doing here. Excellent. Quick question I have on when Bob does the survey, I know being based as part of Clemson, is there a school association to how he approaches like engagement on like feedback based on, I guess let me back my questions up a little bit. How does he determine the questions that he's going to be asking?
So they utilize similar questions, again, from all of his years of doing these studies. So, they're based on current facilities, like, are your needs met at Ebenezer Park? Are your needs met at Allison Creek Park? And then we also look to ask the questions of, what are we not meeting? What other activities or what type of facilities do you think are we're not meeting your needs here in York County? And all of that data too will be, there's zip codes associated with that, areas of the county that'll be associated with that. So we'll be able to pinpoint the need in your district may be very different from the need in District 5, so on and so forth. And so we'll be able to peel those layers back of those results, to be able to present in a report.
Right. The value of getting the schools involved is really important.
Absolutely. So the schools will be part of one of those focus groups.
Okay.
So I consider them as a stakeholder. We'll also identify potential partnerships out of this process as well, on how we can partner with school districts or
Right.
other entities in York County to, cross-utilize resources to provide the best services and facilities
Awesome.
to citizens here.
Sounds
Yep.
good. Thank you.
Yep. Absolutely.
Any other questions? Thank you, Catherine.
All right, thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Appreciate it.
So we move now on our agenda to public forum. Now, this is an opportunity for folks in the community to sign up. It's actually the first 15 that sign up on this list are allowed 2 minutes to address council on anything that relates to a county council matter, anything within our jurisdiction. The only things we ask you to do are when you come forward, if you'll give your name, give your address, and if you'll pay attention to the screen, it will let you know when you're getting close to your 2 minutes. When it hits yellow, starts blinking, please start winding up, because when it gets red, my job is to cut you off. And I don't like doing it, but I have to do it, so I will do that. Another thing is please make sure that you keep your comments respectful. Don't attack any individual council members. You call them out by name, I'll have to call you down. So those are the rules that we have, and we're very interested to hear from our community. We provide this at the outset of our business so that we can listen to folks. If there's anybody here for a public hearing item, then I want you to understand you're not limited to your 2 minutes. So if you prefer to defer and wait for a public hearing to discuss your comments, you're more than welcome to do that. You know what? I'll just refresh everybody's memory. We have several rezonings tonight. I think there's extreme interest with our farm use and rezonings. Those are public hearings tonight. If you want to speak on that, you can wait until the public hearing. And all of our public hearings tonight look like they are rezonings. It doesn't look like it deals with any specific changes to any other major ordinances. So first up, Tom Smith.
First of all, thank you for your service, all of you. Tom Smith, 938 Timber Creek Drive, family company, May Green Properties. The truth. The truth is that truth and politics don't work well together. The truth is that politics has been very destructive to planning strategies, self-implementation, and county councils for many years. The truth is my name was put out on a flyer recently stating that under my direction on council, we did a rezoning for 4,370 homes, basically unchecked. The truth is that the rezoning was not explained. The truth is that rezoning was part of a planning policy from York County directive derived from a land use plan committee that I served on in the early 2000s with 30 people for 2 years. The essence of the planning strategy from the directive was to keep your growth inside the urban service boundary where your future growth is better suited and not spilling out into the county or inundating towns like Clover. The truth is that the 4,370 homes were spread over 2,300 acres with different pods for different uses, with connecting boulevards and stronger lake buffers to create a village concept. The three main factors for our consideration was to take the high-density RD2 apartment and townhouse type zoning, approximately 2,000 homes, and move that density over to Big Allison Creek. The leftover 330 acres, we downzoned to a 1 acre average. The other critical elements were to get recreation. So Field Day Park at Pathers Cove was conceived as part of the PD plan, and a reservation for school sites which are under construction today. There's another 20 acres for a possible county office facility or park. This is not explained in the flyer. The 660 separation of use is another example of politics. It's likes and dislikes. It conflicts with the basic common sense planning principles. The truth is that 660 eliminates commercial uses that will serve all people west and south of 5 Points Corridor and the new home sites above. The truth is that you do not want all that traffic to continue to serve an already congested area. The truth is I didn't want to be here today. But sometimes you got to set the record right and tell the truth. And the truth is I just want to be left alone.
Thank you, sir. Jeff Ledford.
My name is Jeff Ledford, 2095 Cutter Point Drive in Lake Wiley. As a representative of the Lake Wiley Chamber of Commerce, I first want to thank the County Council for taking into consideration the amendments that have been submitted to the 660-foot same-use ordinance within the Lake Wiley overlay. It is recognized by now that this ordinance not only was snuck in during the rezoning project, but has detrimental effects on growth in Lake Wiley, as well as infringing on rights of property owners and goes against basic urban planning. Although these amendments proposed is not everything that we would like to see, they're a start. And when you compromise, you never get everything you want. But compromising on issues like this is what our basic democratic principles are based on. The Chamber supports small business and economic development in our area, as well as best development practices. Modifying the ordinance will allow for better planning in our area, especially down the Highway 274 corridor and the 5 Points area. Smart planning will allow for shared easements, reductions in curb cuts from 274, interconnectivity roads off of the main highway, which improves safety in the area, clustering of businesses that promote areas for residents to walk from business to business, and will encourage service businesses to locate in an area that will serve residents west and south of 5 Points. Again, reducing the need for additional traffic on the Highway 49 corridor. In other words, it will allow to be done what wasn't done during the development of the Highway 49 corridor. Finally, as important as the other benefits listed, the amendments to this ordinance is an opportunity to respect property owners' rights, giving them more options for either developing their property or selling to someone that wants to develop it. Thank you for addressing these positive changes to the flawed ordinance.
Thank you, sir. Carla Pendleton.
Carla Pendleton, 5930 Charlotte Highway, Lake Wiley. Thank you for considering some changes to the 660-foot distance requirement in the Lake Wiley zoning overlay. The intention to eliminate certain restaurant and automotive-related uses that would have otherwise been allowed on property already zoned for general commercial use in the Lake Wiley area doesn't make sense. In the Five Points area, there are no restaurants with drive-through windows, and the only automotive-related businesses are 2 gas stations and 2 repair shops. Both shops are independently owned businesses for all types of repairs, and one specializes in European automobiles. The Lake Wiley Small Area Plan designates the Five Points area as a neighborhood center, which is where those types of businesses should be clustered. My property adjoins the 7-Eleven gas station property at Five Points. I have road frontage on Charlotte Highway, Lake Wiley Road, and a county gravel road. It doesn't make sense to not allow a car wash or most of the other prohibited uses on my property. Gas stations and car washes go together. Excuse me. The changes to the overlay area, which increased in size drastically, were enacted without notification to property owners that we were losing some of our uses. Rather than government trying to control what types of businesses we can have, let the market decide. If you need to overhaul the recode, fixing the problems with the Lake Wiley zoning overlay is a great place to start. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I cannot read this name. It looks like Stephen Plick. Yep, something with a PL.
P-O-U-M-B.
P-O-U-M-B.
Thank you. Stephen Plum, 732 Big Branch Court. I'd also like to comment and briefly voice some concern over the 660 separation ordinance for certain businesses in the Lake Wiley overlay. I currently live about 4 miles west of Five Points and don't believe the stated purpose of the separation serves the best interest of the potential businesses, current residents, or the current property owners within at least our area of the overlay. Where I live and areas like Five Points just up the road have very different needs and capacities than the main Lake Wiley artery. And we want businesses to come to our area so we don't have to travel into and add to the congestion of the main Lake Wiley artery. I believe the ordinance unnecessarily limits the ability of certain businesses to perform and add value to the immediate service area, will artificially suppress the highest and best use of undeveloped property, and limit the ability of private property owners to do what's best for their own property through government interference to essentially allow government to determine certain winners and losers in a transaction. The Lake Wiley overlay is a very large area, and I believe painting it with such a broad brush should be reconsidered. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Vance Stein, I'm sorry.
Vance Stein, 577 North Paraham Road, Clover. The 660 is in direct conflict with the planning strategies that our Land Use Plan Committee worked on for 2 years. Tried to get a good plan in place. I served with Tom on that committee a number of years ago. And the commercial uses were to be clustered so as to limit curb cuts for safety and to spread those out just doesn't make sense. And it seems like the Lake Wiley overlay has gone from a tree and sign ordinance to a huge, 30 square mile area. And that seems like more like urban sprawl than smart growth planning. So anyway, I just want to encourage the county council, which again, thank you for serving, because I know it's not an easy job, but you need smart growth ordinances, and you need a good staff. I know we have a new county manager, which I haven't met yet, but I understand he does a good job with planning, and hope he'll encourage y'all to be involved in smart growth planning. No growth is not an option. We're going to grow. We just need to be ready for it. And I hope that the county council will listen to staff. It's staff's job to really put together growth plans, and I hope they will do that, and y'all can listen to them and make some good decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Amanda Hauser.
My name is Amanda Amanda Hooser. I live on Rutledge Hills Drive in York, South Carolina. So I'm here once again to ask for smart changes to the 660 rule and the Lake Wiley overlay. And I want to first thank you all for looking into this policy again in these regulations and taking a closer look and considering all of our constituents' feedback. So I live in the Five Points area on 274, and growth that was approved long ago is starting to happen. And without changes to this policy, the needed businesses to support that growth will not be able to come to the area, which is only going to continue to drive more congestion to the 49 corridor. The market should drive the types of businesses in the area, not government overreach. So let's allow similar businesses to logically cluster together in a way that also helps pull traffic off of the main streets and helps with congestion. As it stands now, the new Harris Teeter coming to Five Points is gonna have to put their gas stations against residential backyards, potential storage facilities for things like boats and RVs, things that we can't keep in our neighborhoods and in our homes where I live, are not gonna have a place to go. And people, we live in a lake community, so there should be a place for those things. So I ask again for smart changes to the regulations. I don't ask for a repeal to it, but just smart changes that allow for both needed and wanted new businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. John Gossett.
John Gossett, 5717 Lake Wiley Road. Again, I'd like to thank, as others have, thank the council for taking another look at this ordinance. You've heard me refer to the 49 corridor as the beehive because it wasn't planned right and it's full of curb cuts and it's all the kind of problems. It could also be classified as a bird sanctuary. Because if you go down through there most any time of the day, you'll see more people flipping birds at each other than anywhere else in the county. It's bad. Now it's all about curb cuts. And so we want to save where it's going next up 274. And what's happening with the Harris Teeter we don't want, because who wants the back end of the store facing the road and have a 3,000-gallon fuel tanker offloading their gas at the edge of people's backyards? And then Bubba goes out and lights up the barbecue grill, and I'll probably see the mushroom cloud from my house on Lake Wiley Road. It's just not good. So if we can do true planning, like Vance Sign just talked about, where we look at reduced curb cuts, you turn in, but you have multiple uses, in my view, that serves the community a lot better. The idea that somebody's going to buy a $2 million patch of dirt, and that's about what those small patches go for, and build a restaurant is not reality. Our new restaurant that we have right now that everybody likes is Zora's. Guess where they went in? They went in where a developer had already built storefronts, and they just go in and rent and put their restaurant there. If they had to buy a $2 million patch of dirt and build a $1 million store, they would have never gone in there. So these kinds of uses are going to bring in, or these kinds of developments will bring in some of these uses that people want. If it were me, we'd go back to 1980 and we wouldn't have any of that there. But the reality is the growth is here. We just got to deal with it in the right way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Lacey Lane.
My name is Lacey Lane of Fort Mill. Library boards play a critical role in ensuring that public libraries serve inclusive, educational, and safe spaces for the entire community. Including extremists on library boards, which seems to be something that this council strives to do, can be detrimental for several reasons. The first is preservation of intellectual freedom. Libraries are committed to intellectual freedom, providing access to a wide range of information and viewpoints. Extremists may push for censorship or removal of materials that don't align with their personal views, undermining this fundamental principle. Second, ensuring public safety and comfort. Extremist ideologies can create an atmosphere of fear or discomfort for library patrons and staff alike. Libraries should be safe havens for learning and community engagement, not places where individuals feel threatened or unwelcome. Third, maintaining public trust. The presence of extremists on a library board can erode public trust in the library as a neutral and unbiased institution. Trust is essential for libraries to effectively serve their communities and to secure public funding and support. Fourth, ensuring effective governance. Extremists may prioritize their own agendas over the broader needs of the community. This can hinder effective governance and decision-making, leading to a library board that is less responsive to the diverse needs of their patrons. Number 5, upholding legal and ethical standards. Extremist actions and beliefs can sometimes contradict legal and ethical standards, leading to potential conflicts with library policies, community values, and even laws that protect against discrimination and ensure equal access to public services. This insistence of the council to appoint extremist community members onto the York County Library Board is disappointing and, quite frankly, undemocratic. I ask that you not approve the recommendation for Mark Herring for the District 6 board seat based on his very well-documented extremist views. Please do better. York County deserves better. You swore in the chapter lead of a designated extremist group tonight, so I won't hold my breath. And I also believe that it's not ethical to have spouses of council members serve on boards that the council oversees. Thank you.
Ronald Todd Carricker. Does that apply to Glenda Carricker too? Either one of y'all here, you want to speak? All right. Justin Coy, looks like he's getting his oath. Several people scratched out their name. Looks like we have Caitlin Boyle, board appointment as well. You don't need to speak? Okay. Monica White.
My name is Monica White, in this regard.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Tony Panel.
I'm here on the record service deal, so they sent me an email saying that the thing was gonna be on something about the record service. That's what I'm here about.
Yes, sir.
This is-
I think it's second reading, so if there's something you'd like to share with the council, you're more than welcome to do that
Okay.
now.
Let me hand out some little information I gathered up today, just to.
Thanks, sir.
Is it not a public hearing? Is it not a public hearing?
Sir.
I think it is.
It's the first one.
No, second. Might be because of, yeah. Appreciate it.
Anyway, my name's Tony Pennell. I live at 1920 Crystal Ridge Drive in Rock Hill. I own Tony's Garage and Towing on 5963 Mount Gallant Road. And I understand that the sheriff's office wanting to come up with their own rates and rules. And I understand that we need rules. Anything you do, you need rules to make sure everybody's following the same rules. But if y'all look at that first piece of paper, this is the rules and regulation on what we can charge for the highway patrol. And you got A, B, and C class. And, you know, A's big trucks, B's the small, medium-duty trucks, and C's the smaller trucks. Let me get my glasses on before I can see. So, I'm sorry, I told you wrong. A, small, B's, medium, and C's the large. And we want to make sure that we try to stay in content with the Highway Patrol's list on pricing, because the second sheet, if y'all flip over to the second sheet, I went and priced a brand-new truck, and y'all can see it's $146,000. Back in 1991, a new truck was $36,000. In 2015, a truck was $90,000. So that's the increase on how much the trucks are going up on prices, which everything has gone up. And the third sheet is basically what I pay a month for fuel. And it's just not the whole year, but it's a couple of months on there. And I imagine all the other tow companies probably pay about the same thing that I do. The last sheet is how much insurance we have to pay on the coverage. And I just want y'all to see if y'all stay in the guidelines with the highway patrol on pricing.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Appreciate that. That concludes our public forum session here tonight. All the folks that signed up, I've called their names and called them forward. We do appreciate the folks that came out to speak. Appreciate you being here tonight. Do we have a motion on consent agenda?
Motion for approval with modifications to remove 21 and 26.
All right, so we'll move number 21 to new business and number 26 to number 4 in old business. Are there any other removals from consent agenda? Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We move now to our first public hearing item. Item number 1. I'm operating without my glasses tonight, so we'll see how good this goes. Rezoning action, hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 24-21, tax map number 376000060 to rezone from AGC to RUD, a 3.0 acre portion of an 8.76 acre parcel in District 2. Mr. Buono?
Yes, the application this evening is for one parcel that is just under 9 acres, and they are seeking to rezone 3 acres of that, the purpose for which is to create 3 one-acre lots, so 3 new lots of 1 acre each, right there on the road. So as a rough sketch from the applicant there of what they intend to do. Staff recommends approval of the request. The RUD district is consistent with the comp plan and future land use map. You can see the light or minty green color represents rural residential, so that's appropriate for RUD. And there's hatching there that indicates the area that they are seeking to rezone. The remainder will remain in the AGC district. By a 4-2 vote, Planning Commission also recommends approval.
Are there any questions for staff before we open public hearing?
I have a quick question.
Mr. Roddy?
How many other pieces of property are RUD in the immediate area?
So if you look at the map on the left there, there are no properties that are zoned RUD in the immediate vicinity.
Now, typically, when someone's going from AGC to RUD, hasn't it been noted how many other properties in the area are zoned that particular way? So now we've had some recent rezonings where we've said, hey, there's no other RUD in the area, or there's several RUDs in the area. Why in this case, there's no other RUDs in the area, but yet staff and the planning commission has given this its blessing?
Yes, sir. So the existence of the zoning districts in the immediate vicinity is just one factor that Staff and Planning Commission consider when we make our recommendations. That tends to be the second point of analysis. The first point of analysis is always, does it match the comp plan? And in this case, the request does match the comp plan, so that's why we recommend approval.
So are we prepared for this entire area to pretty much go RUD? Because that's typically what we've kind of been a little hesitant to do, because once we allow more homes on this site being broken down into 3 acre tracts, could we not assume that other parcel owners are going to want to come break theirs down into smaller tracts to be able to get more homes? Because that's kind of the going thing. To get more value out of a piece of property, you want to have more lots. So are we prepared to pretty much change this whole area to RUD? Because I think that's what's going to happen.
Yes, sir. That's consistent with what the comp plan recommends for this area. So any request for rezoning to RUD that would be on the west side of Glen Road would be consistent with the comprehensive plan.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
I just wanted to ask a question. This property is, so when we went through the comprehensive land use plan last, one of my requests was to change some things that were being recommended to go to rural residential to go back to agriculture. And I just want to, and I'll talk a little bit more about this when we get into the discussion, but this borders that change backwards on the comp plan, doesn't it? So if we were looking at a bigger map right here, everything that's on Ridge Road, everything that's to the right here, was proposed to go to rural residential in the comp plan, and we actually rezoned that back. I'm looking at the pictures of those things that I rezoned backwards, so is that?
I can confirm that for you by second reading.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Jonathan, how is that not spot zoning?
Because it is consistent with the comprehensive plan.
But, well, y'all say that a lot, but give me a reason why.
Because the future land use designation indicated by the mint green color on the west side of Glen Road suggests that appropriate zoning districts would include both AGC and RUD.
But there's no other RUD around.
Understood. That's the distinction between the comprehensive plan, which is a roadmap to where the county is looking to go in terms of land use, and zoning, which is the by right status of the property currently as it is today.
Well, I'll have to admit, I agree with both. We wishy-washy back and forth on how we doing it.
You and I can agree on some things.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's very obvious.
Any other questions? Any other questions for staff before we open the public hearing?
Well, one thing I would just like to jump in on, Madam Chair. I think if you look at the attachment on the agenda, what you're seeing is the zoomed-in version up on the screen. 2 lots to the south is that same minty green. So I think, we're zoomed in here to show exactly adjacent, but this is reasonable, and this is something that we're seeing relatively close by.
Any other questions? All right, is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this rezoning request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
I want to make a motion to deny, and also let everybody know that the reason that this is possibly, there's not anybody here to speak for or against, is because the sign, the zoning sign is like covered up. You can't see it. I drove by and thought it was an old sign of just over the weekend, and didn't even look at it and think I needed to figure out what that was, because the sign is like in the weeds, kind of cut back down. So I'll go back and take a picture of that if we need to, but that may be why none of the neighbors are here. This is something that neighbors had spoken to me about, I think a few months ago, when they maybe anticipated this. But when the comprehensive land plan was, when we were looking at the last time, and I know this is a little spotlight, not a floodlight here, and I've asked several times that we get.
Allison, if you'll let me just interrupt you just for a second.
Oh, that's my motion, I'm sorry. Yeah.
You got a motion?
Yeah, motion to deny.
Do we have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Please continue.
I got carried away. Okay, now I'll keep going. Okay, so when we were looking at the comprehensive land use plan, each of us, just for the audience and people watching from home, each of us met with planning department to go over what they recommended. And one of my big concerns is that as we water things down and we allow more density, when you do that in one spot, the next time something comes up, then it's because it's okay and it's recommended because it's adjacent to something that maybe you've approved 6 months ago. And so we just keep watering down, and then as time goes on, that comprehensive land use plan becomes, in our case, in District 2, less and less dark green. And I love the dark green, I love the agricultural land, and a lot of times people will come in and they'll buy a large parcel, and you think it's because they want to live on a large parcel, but it's not. It's because they want to break that up. And in this case, the owner has not reached out to me, which normally they do, and normally I think staff recommends that they do. But I haven't heard about this, and like I said, the sign was not visible as it should have been. And the example here is that when we did that last comp plan, when we went over all of that, Representative Atkins and I both, we sat down together with our plans because some of the area that I had represented is now in District 3. And so we were going through this and we were just trying to determine what area really didn't need to be, it didn't need to have more density. It didn't need to go from 1 or 2 houses to 2 to 4 houses. And so we were very careful and we put a lot of time into this. And that line, because we couldn't do everything, we couldn't make everything the way we felt like it needed to be going forward, couldn't hold firm on that. So this property happens to be exactly on the line of what I changed in District 2. When they were recommended to go to a lighter green, I recommended that we keep it the darker green. And we actually went back in zoning. We didn't just keep it the way it was. We went backwards in that zoning. So it concerns me that this is right here on the line, and it does make me even more determined to do a little more of that going forward. But I don't think this is what we want to see here. And this, we have a new county manager, and I don't agree exactly that that's the way we're headed. It's actually not the way we're headed in what we want in District 2. So this is a very rural area. Glen Road's a very rural area, and we are probably the neighbors along Ridge Road are probably have a lot of people knocking on their doors now. So I'm not in favor of rezoning a property in this spot for more houses.
Any other discussion? Mr. Roddy?
I don't know how many of you have been here the last month or month and a half. I keep pointing out how inconsistent we are with these rezonings. One week we say the comp plan or future land use plan says yes, this council says no. 1 minute we'll have a rezoning that the comp plan says no, staff says no, this council votes yes. We haven't been consistent. We haven't been consistent. And then tonight, we have this one with staff recommends approval, planning commission recommends approval. I feel this one's not going to get the approval simply because, but we're not being consistent. I would hope we could be a little more consistent on whose recommendations we're going to go with. Planning commission meets, they spend a lot of time on these topics. Staff meets, they spend a lot of time on these topics. Bring to us their recommendation, which I put a lot of stock in what our staff says because they're the ones working 40, sometimes 50 hours a week to do the due diligence. It's easy for us to show up on Monday night, vote yea or nay. We're not the real expertise on this. We know what we want to see in certain areas. We know how we want certain areas to grow and develop, but we're not the real expertise here, let's face it. We're emotional characters. We are visual people, but I would hope we would get a little more consistent with which recommendation we're going to go with, because we were leaning real heavily on the planning commission just a few weeks ago on a couple topics. Now planning commission weighs in and says yes, we throw it out the window. We got to be consistent. We got to be consistent. And I think that's where we fall into that bucket of being criticized more as a council, as individual council members, when we're not consistent. I want to be consistent. It makes this is a tough job already as it is. Then for me to decide when I come here, which way's the wind going to blow, from the planning commission to council to staff, But we've gotten away from what the district representative wants to do. We saw that several weeks ago. We can throw that out the window. Just because Allison says she doesn't want it, doesn't mean that we can't get 4 votes for it. Just because Allison says she wants it, doesn't mean we can't find 4 votes to be against it.
Are you picking on me?
No, this is your district, but I'm asking for some help from this council. We got to pick where we're going to align ourselves with the staff, with the planning commission, or we're just going to show up and do our own thing. And it's real difficult to show up and do our own thing because we don't spend the time like the staff does. We don't spend the time like the planning commission does. We get these packets on Thursday, sometimes as late as Friday, to come here on Monday and expect to make a very informed decision. Now, we heard the sign was maybe covered up. That's maybe why no one's here to speak for it or against it. I wouldn't want to, because it costs about $750 for somebody to petition to do this. I would hate for this to get turned down and no one had to say whether it was the petitioner or the neighbors. So I would hope we would at least have enough respect and courtesy to at least defer, clear the sign out, get the sign back up so people in the area can come out and have a say, yay or nay. Because Alice is only one person. I see several property owners or several pieces of parcels in this area. Those other neighbors may feel differently about their area changing going forward. So I would love to see a deferral, put it back on the agenda for 2 more weeks. Then if no one comes, speaks for it or against it, defer back to her recommendation. But it's her district, her motion, the second was made, so we're gonna be voting on it this way unless someone feels otherwise and wants to do it a different way. But I don't feel comfortable just saying no, because typically, we've always allowed first readings to go through because it is so new to this council. It is so new to the area. So I'm asking for.
Well, I'll change my motion.
Okay.
I'll defer it,
Okay.
because I would like for y'all to be convinced. I don't want you to do something, just because I say,
let's defer it.
I'm elected as the voice, but
Yeah.
I want you to hear from, that's why we have
Yeah.
public hearings. That's what's important. So, I'll make a motion to defer.
So the original motion has been withdrawn by the maker. Is the second in agreement?
Yes.
All right, so the motion is to defer to the next council meeting, first reading of this ordinance. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none.
Thank you, Bob.
Motion is approved. First reading is deferred to next council meeting. Item number 2, public hearing, rezone action. Hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 24-22, tax map number 65502010005 to rezone from UD to GC, 1.1 acre parcel in District 1. Mr. Buono.
Yes, this application is similar to 2 that we had a month ago. It's an existing developed site on Highway 160. It's to go from UD to GC. The parcel is just over an acre. Here's a zoomed in look at that development. They're proposing to rezone to general commercial to allow for a more appropriate range of uses permitted as tenants in that existing building. It's a multi-tenant office building with personal services as well. Staff recommends approval. It is consistent with the comp plan and the future land use map. There is GC in the general vicinity already on Highway 160 and Pleasant Road, and it eliminates this parcel from the legacy UD district. And the Planning Commission likewise recommends approval by a 6-2-0 vote.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any questions for staff before we open public hearing?
Yeah, Jonathan, I know you went and you reached out to all these locations and these businesses, et cetera. Anything that you can give me for feedback in regards to those conversations?
I believe, Mr. Ardette, you're referring to another rezoning that's on this agenda. This one is an applicant request.
Applicant request in general?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff before we open public hearing? All right, is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this rezoning? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve?
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We move now to item number 3 of the public hearing, rezoning action. Hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 24-23, to rezone 16 parcels from GC, OI, or RMX 20 to RMX 6. Council District 1. Mr. Buono.
Yes, this is the council-initiated rezoning that Mr. Ardette referred to just a moment ago. It does cover parcels in both Districts 1 and 7, and the proposal here is to rezone existing developments to the RMX 6 district. So just a brief background of why we're here today for this application. So in the code update, multifamily dwellings were moved exclusively to the brand new RMX 6 district. So you can see that there's the sole letter P in RMX 6 in that category there, which means it's not allowed in any of the other districts. It is permitted in RMX 6. So that means that all of the existing apartments and condos in the county are now legal non-conforming, and they are not permitted to increase in intensity or enlarge. So here's a map that shows the developments as part of this application that are in District 1. There's a name of those developments there. They're in the lighter yellow color. Here's the zoning map that's associated with the area. So the districts here for those, and again, these are developed properties. None of these are vacant. Today, they are RMX 20 and GC for general commercial. So GC would be that red color. The lightest tan color would be RMX 20. And just to show you an example, because we don't really have very many in the county to date, being a relatively new district, the legacy there that I've circled with the black hatched lines there, that's the brown color that would be RMX 6. So all of these properties would be converting to that brown color. So here's the same map, corresponds to District 7, those properties there. There is the zoning map. Likewise, there is an additional district that's part, a zoning district that's part of this map. OI, it's that blue color, it's office and institutional. So all of these properties would likewise be going to that brownish color for RMX 6. Staff recommends approval. It resolves the nonconformity of those existing multifamily residential developments that was created by the removal of multifamily uses from the existing districts, and by a 6-0 vote, Planning Commission also recommends approval.
Any questions for staff?
So just to repeat what you stated on here, again, all these are existing facilities that are currently built. What this is doing is getting everybody up to code based on the code changes we made about 1.5 years ago. So based on that, I guess I don't have any other questions. Thank you, sir.
I do have some questions. Jonathan, how many properties were rendered non-conforming as a result of RECODE in this particular situation?
That would be a research effort. The reason that it's only District 1 and 7 right now is because there are so many properties, and this is just for multifamily. So townhomes were also moved to RMX 6, making those townhomes also non-conforming, and there are many more townhomes than there are apartments in the county. So the approximate number, I'd have to spend some time to get that to you.
Did any other properties get impacted? For instance, are there properties that are vacant properties that don't have an existing use that put them out of nonconformity because of RECODE?
No, if there's no use that's on the property, it wouldn't make it non-conforming. Non-conforming would just mean there's an existing use prior to a establishment of zoning or a zoning change that makes that use no longer allowed, but allowed to carry forward or grandfathered.
So were the property owners who lost the right to do multifamily notified of the specifically given written notification?
They weren't. They did not lose the ability to. Are you referring to vacant property?
Yeah, I guess what we're doing is we're basically saying, look, these properties already have this use in place, right?
Yes.
We're basically saying, we got to rezone you to match what we did in RECODE, right?
That's right.
So these properties are ones, they're the only ones that we've been able to identify that have actually a use in place that's in nonconformity. My question is, are there other property owners who had zoning designations that allowed them to do that they're not aware of, that we have now rezoned and we've now made that use not allowed?
That's a difficult question to answer. I'm sure there are properties out there that don't have any intent in the near term to do developments. There might be some that have some idea of what they would like to do with their property, whether they intended to do it themselves or to sell to a developer. There's no, when you do a code update, there's not a individual property notification that's required, similar to the rezoning process. So for example, with this application, certified mail had to be sent to all the property owners that are part of the rezoning.
For these specific ones,
Yes,
their
ma'am.
specific uses. But I guess what I'm seeing is that prior to RECODE, GC, RMX 20, OI would have allowed the multifamily use, and now we don't allow that.
Correct.
And so we would not have given them written notice to
That's
take
not
that
a-
out of their.
That is not a statutory requirement, no.
So RMX 6 is the only one that now allows that.
Correct.
We didn't charge any property owners to do this rezoning.
No, this is a council-initiated rezoning. There's no fee.
Okay. Any other questions?
The map, Jonathan, there. Can you you send that to me?
I sure can.
Okay.
Any other questions before we open public hearing? All right, is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor? Do we have a motion to close?
Motion to close?
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Move now to item number 4, rezoning action. Hold a public hearing to consider first reading, case number 24-24, tax map number 386-00-00-005 to rezone from RSF 40 to RUD, 3.77 acres, 7-acre parcel in District 2. Mr. Bueno.
Yes, this request on Lincoln Road is for a property that's just under 4 acres to rezone from the current RSF 40 district to RUD. So the property is currently under violation for an unpermitted use, that use being animal production and livestock keeping or raising. The rezoning to RUD would resolve the violation and allow the applicants to keep the animals presently on site. You can see from the photo there's a number of chickens. There is a new accessory use that's in the code that would allow up to 6 chickens to be on the property by right, but in order to keep more than that, they would have to rezone to RUD. So there's some confusion, I think, about why we're here, why this is a code enforcement case. So I just wanted to quickly clarify that for all of you. So the only violation that's on this property right now is for the keeping of animals, because that number of chickens on site exceeds the permitted 6 for an accessory use. So under the old zoning code and the updated zoning code, you can see that the animals, the keeping or raising use was not allowed in either instance, both in the past and as of 2022. Staff recommends approval of this application. It is consistent with the comp plan and the future land use map. You can see the future land use map shows this area to be rural residential, so RUD is an appropriate district for that designation. The vicinity is also predominantly large lots with rural character. RSF 40 is the original zoning for this property, and those surrounding it, I don't know that was the best choice at the time when zoning was first adopted, given the size of the lots and the rural character. So certainly rezoning this to RUD makes sense, and by a 6-0 vote, Planning Commission likewise recommends approval.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any questions for staff? All right, is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor? If you would come forward and give your name and address.
Zachary Smith, 3310 Lincoln Road. Good evening, my name is Zachary Smith. My family and I live and raise a flock of chickens on the property in question. Speaking here tonight, not because I want to, but because I have to stand up for and defend what should be my right to reasonably raise livestock on our property. To briefly describe our operation, we're a family of 3 that enjoy working and raising livestock. Simply put, we're a hobby farm, not a commercial farm. We support ourselves by selling our products to the community. We fed numerous local families by supplying homegrown and homemade pork, beef, eggs, and bread. That being said, we were completely blindsided by receiving a zoning violation notice in late February. After doing my research, I quickly realized that we were in fact violating the zoning ordinance regarding livestock raising on RSF 40. Unfortunately, unknowingly, and admittedly, we were not compliant. Why is this? How could it be that a family in a rural community surrounded by agriculture is in the wrong for raising chickens? I feel like there are flaws in the zoning designations and possibly changes that have been made that contributed to this. What we have in this case is a one-size-fits-all zoning. This doesn't work. RSF 40 is basically a 1 acre minimum lot size. Understandably, there's a time and a place for an ordinance like this, such as a densely populated neighborhood York County allows to be built on any available piece of land. RSF 40 and one size fit all does not work. How many families are in violation and have no idea? There has to be some better logic and discretion in these situations. It's 400 feet door to door to our closest neighbor. Our community has always been agriculture-based and even designated rural residential in the county's long-term plan. Yet a family on Lincoln Road in York, South Carolina, can only have 6 hens legally. This is ridiculous and absurd to be here tonight discussing this. We're the folks that work hard, pay our own way, and mind our own business. Look at us now. Another part of this problem is York County's acceptance of anonymous complaints. Us and the Moses family were spitefully targeted by an unknown person. Not for noise, smell, abuse, or anything of that nature. Pure spite drove this complaint. Where's the right to face your accuser? Apparently anyone can complain against anyone, put a great burden on small-timers like us. To what end? What good is coming from this? I'm not a gambler, but I bet that if York County did not accept anonymous complaints, we wouldn't be here tonight wasting our time.
100%.
I believe this is the real part of the problem. What is the county gaining? What is the complainant gaining? And what are we losing? $700. This is how much it's costing our family to legally raise a small number of chickens in York County. Ridiculous, $700. This is a small amount for a developer the York County is so fond of to rezone, but significant amount for us. Significant for me and my family, natives of York County. The same folks who pay their taxes, try to have a little something extra, and are threatened by the county government to submit or pay, or in this case, both. I stand before you tonight and ask that you think. From an agricultural standpoint, think about where the county was, is, and is headed. Not good. As if farming isn't complicated enough, cases like this are yet another complication. Another thorn in the side, another blow to the regular guy who works hard to provide for his family and others. Complicated by unreasonable policy, anonymous complaints, and a one-size-fits-all zoning. On behalf of our family and all the families represented here in our support, I ask that the council either grant this request to rezone and waive the fee, or dismiss the case altogether. I also ask the council not let the conversation stop here. There are changes that need to be made. One-size-fits-all zoning does not work. Anonymous complaints are spineless and ill-intended. Agricultural operations should hands down have the support of York County to produce your food. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you for those that came out to support us.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor?
My name's Tony Pennell. I live at 1920 Crystal Ridge Drive. Have any of y'all ever ate eggs right from the chicken? How good are them eggs versus store-bought? These people here want to have eggs, fresh eggs. I mean, how many eggs you gonna get out of 6 chickens versus how many they got? I had chickens before, I've had hogs before, and it's the best food other than store-bought food. And that's all I gotta say. I'm for him.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Justin Good, 3047 Iron Bridge Highway, Hickory Grove, South Carolina. I'm speaking on behalf of the York County Farm Bureau Young Farmers and Ranchers Association in reference to this specific case and in general rezoning. We have a couple of concerns regarding the situation. First of all, we feel it is incredibly wrong that landowners were not informed of the recode. We feel it is an overreach of power and rights to decide when and what taxpayers and landowners, multiple generation farmers, and ranchers get to do on their own property. Secondly, we feel there should be a clause to grandfather in certain properties, and all landowners should be exempt from any rezoning, recoding fees in order to keep their property in ag. What was the benefit of this county recode? It is extremely concerning that our county does not appear to have any intentions to protect our farmland. We fear the future recodes that someone decides to push for, especially when landowner notification is not a priority. We understand that time has passed for proper notification in this case, so it is our hope that the county will do the right by these landowners, waive absolutely any fees, grant them their right to keep their animals and property, and notify other landowners of this change so the property can appeal and rezone for their property. If other items were included in this law or ordinance of 895 pages, change it, rewrite it. If jobs are tied to it, move them. We would be in the utmost support of our tax dollars paying for this ordinance to be redrafted to properly represent taxpayers and landowners in York County. Those seeking a rural lifestyle should not be subject to complaints issued by residents of subdivisions that are built beside them. Quite frankly, it is not the pre-existing property owner's problem or concern if subdivisions residents do not like what they do on their property. The county has allowed this mass amount of development, and the complaints are the county's problem. It is not the loyal and deep-rooted family's responsibility to make these developments happy. If the residents do not like their neighbors, move. Newcomers and development should not dictate or overrule the history and backbone of what this county has thrived on for years. Farmers receive a lot of support from state governments, and we would like to see it from our county government.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Tate Weisinger, and this is Emma Lowrance. We represent the Rock Hill ATC FFA chapter, where we serve as chapter leaders. Emma and I are both involved in livestock work and practices, and we both enjoy this field. After graduation, we both intend to pursue careers in agriculture, and more specifically, animal husbandry and livestock care. We come to you tonight to express our concerns about the County Recode Ordinance of 2022 that has recently come to the attention of our members, with a handful of properties being notified of their noncompliance by housing small livestock. We're discouraged for our members that are interested in pursuing the agricultural projects and careers. A large part of our hands-on education in agriculture is student-supervised agricultural experiences, better known as SAE projects. These projects provide students the opportunity to enter the agribusiness sector in the state of South Carolina, which is the leading industry in the state. Emma and I have conducted SAE projects during our time in agricultural education that include raising fiber quality sheep for the production of fleece products and raising a market steer for beef production. Our respective projects taught us valuable lessons in responsibility, time management, work ethic, but also in product marketability, good investment, and target audiences. Students hold entrepreneurial job placement projects that allow them to better understand the fields of agriculture that they wish to enter, as well as contribute to their local economies. SAE projects have the potential to kickstart the careers of students through experience. Will the hundreds of students of York County still have the ability to pursue their agricultural projects and businesses under the current county zoning ordinance? Over 4,500 students in York County are involved in agricultural education through FFA and 4-H. Not all of these students live on property that is zoned for agriculture. The current ordinance restricts many of those students from carrying out their agricultural SAE projects, but also their FFA and 4-H endeavors, like showing livestock, participating in 4-H clubs, and training for FFA events. Certain city ordinances allow property owners to be compliant in their possession of small livestock if they provided adequate space and care. Under the current county ordinance, many residents have lost this ability. How can we continue to provide these quality learning experiences for students and remain compliant with county regulations? We're eager to forward agriculture in York County and feel as though this ordinance is a restricting factor for students like us that plan to pursue agriculture values and pursue agricultural careers. We ask you to reconsider the ordinance as a whole to allow students and their families the opportunity to continue to grow and learn in the field of agriculture. Please reflect on amending the ordinance to allow for small livestock that are cared for appropriately and housed in adequate space. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak in favor?
My name is John Valentine. I live at 1736 Beamguard Road, Clover, South Carolina. I'm also a small farm owner. You spoke earlier about consistency and inconsistency. I will say that one consistency that we have as small farm owners is a fear that farming is becoming illegal. We feel like we're being driven out, replaced, kind of frowned upon to have small livestock. So I ask that you consider this approval and waiving this fee and getting back in touch with the farmers that you have in your community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Y'all already know me, John Gossett, 5717 Lake Wiley Road. This is why I came down here tonight. How Lincoln Road became zoned that way, I have no idea, but it's wrong. I grew up close to Lincoln Road, know every curve in that road, and every bit that's agriculture. But there's other places, you know, I'm speaking in favor of both the Smith and the Moses family, but there's more like them out there. Some of them know, some of them don't. And I'm going to share with you the ugly truth of the current reporting system to code enforcement. I know a very prominent family. They're known throughout York County, and every one of y'all know them. And I'm not going to say where they are because whoever's ratting these people out will go after them next. But they're in District 2. They weren't too happy about being put in the Lake Wiley overlay, the ginormous 40 square mile thing. They were going to have something to say about it. Somebody came to them and said, this is a true story. Somebody came to them and said, you better stay quiet and not kick up any dust. Why? Because you got cows on your land. And I'm like, so what? Our family's been here 150 years. Been cows on it the whole time. Well, the zoning got changed. And you're not supposed to have those animals on there now, so if you cause any trouble, somebody's gonna call zoning on you, the compliance, and then you're gonna have all kind of problems. That happened to a prominent family. There's other people, and look at the Smiths and the Moses. That was a spiteful complaint. You know, y'all know me, I'm a military background, so I mean, I have those references, but this literally is this anonymous reporting and getting people having to pay out all this money just to be able to get their rights back. This is like echoes of North Korea and the secret police. It's being abused, and it's just plain wrong. It's not the York County that we all grew up in. It's not the York County that we want to live in now. That reporting system, that anonymous one phone call, and I'm going to screw up somebody's life, is just plain wrong. And that needs a separate issue. It needs to be addressed, but please take a look at it. It's got to be revamped because it's being weaponized and it's hurting people. Now, there's a lot of other people that don't even know, like these folks, they didn't even know they fell under this. They're just minding their own business. A lot of these people on Lincoln Road, they've been here for a long, long, long time. But there's other people throughout the county the same way. I would ask the council to look at, and this is just one idea, to look at an option where if someone's on their property, they've been there for however long, and what they were doing was legal before, and then be it recode or some other kind of zoning comes in and makes them non-compliant, they shouldn't have to go through a rezoning. It's got to go through the planning board, it's got to come before y'all 3 times. Y'all's plates are already overflowing as it is with all kind of issues. What if every one of these people started coming to you for their rezonings? You know, just going to cover you up. If there was a way, if I owned a piece of property, hypothetically, 10 acres, I was doing what I was doing, it was legal, recode made it, using that as an example, made it illegal, I should, as Samantha Moses said in one of her videos, and it really stuck with me, we were here first. And that should count for something. We were here first. If what I was doing before was legal and fine, something like this happened, I didn't know about it, and then I get turned in to the secret police, I should be able to come down here to the courthouse, easily prove that I was here first, what I was doing was legal. One of those uses, the P got taken away, now there's not a P there, I should get an exemption. Not have to go through planning, zoning, paying $1,000, for a lot of people, $1,000 is like probably $10,000 to some people in this room. It's a lot of money. And so I'm fully would support that both the Smiths and the Moses get reimbursed for the money that they've had to pay out. I don't think it's right that they should have paid it. I would think that we need to put some, take something, this is going to be an ongoing issue. Do something that takes it, you guys are so busy now, it removes you from having to go through all of this over and over, and just let it be an exemption that, yep, that's a dead set, true exemption, here you go. And it stays with the property, so that if it's passed to the kids and they're gonna continue that farm, fine. Now, if the property's sold to someone outside of the family, then it just goes back to whatever the zoning was, the exemption goes away. But something to give folks some relief instead of feeling like they have to fight just to keep their rights. It's just wrong. And so I would just ask the council to look at an easy way for people to get their rights back, easier than what it is now, and to look at this weaponized code enforcement. I mean, those folks are just doing their job. I'm not making them, I'm not being ugly to them, but the way it's being weaponized is just so wrong. And I think we can do much better than that. And that's why I came here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Move to close.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, lots.
Oh, yeah.
So both of these families are obviously in District 2, and I've known them for quite some time. I've bought my starter seeds, and I'm not going to say how they maybe turned out, but I bought my starter seeds from Sam and met her a few years back. I know the Smiths donate to Avery's Horse Fund as often as I can, and she's probably one of the smartest young ladies in the district. I say that, but I love you, Avery. I always seek you out, you know that. And it is very unfortunate that someone reported them, and they said very ugly things about them and about me, and that's just not how we want to do things in York County as a whole. That's not how we want to treat our neighbors and our friends. And agriculture is very important to everybody sitting up here. I can promise y'all this. There's not a person sitting up here that doesn't support agriculture and farms. And I mean, we got one of our own down here. My grandparents were dairy farmers, and so it's just a common thread here. And but I'm glad you came out here tonight. I'm glad you came out here because I think that everybody needs to see that farming and agriculture is alive and well, and it's got a lot of support. You've got these young folks over here that are, you know what, they're not old-time farmers, they're future-time farmers, and that they're very important. And for them to come out here and stand up, and you didn't have to do it because we're gonna pass this, but the fact that y'all came out here and stood up here and spoke from the heart, that means everything. So you're probably gonna be very successful, and your heart's in it. And when your heart's in something, you know what, you feel defensive, and you feel threatened, and you feel scared when the county shows up and says, you got 14 days to get rid of your chickens. So I want to clarify a couple things for you. One is this was not the result of recode. This is the result of a patch of properties that were zoned residential single family 40, which is a smaller zoning than what your land actually is. And on smaller properties, you can do less. And that's why when you look at some of the developments that are coming along now, we decided a few years ago that, hey, we're going to let everybody have chickens. And this not everybody on this council, but majority of people up here, we voted for that because we realized that even somebody that's got a 1 acre parcel, they need to be able to have chickens too. And so we did the right thing there. But when you look at a map like this, you might see these things, but you don't try to go out and fix it all because York County is reactive. So, and what York County reacts to unfortunately, it might be an anonymous complaint. I don't know if the complaint was totally anonymous or if it's anonymous to us. And so that's one thing that I plan to talk about in our, a future little time that we have tonight. And that is, I don't believe that anybody should be able to make an anonymous complaint. Maybe just the county knows, maybe just the planning director knows, but somebody has to know who did that. Because if I mean, can you imagine? You just get mad and you file a complaint? That is not right. And shouldn't, that's not right in county government or anywhere, in my opinion. You just don't give that person, the floor. So in this case, as you look at these properties around this, we know now that these properties are all probably in need of a rezoning. So, but if you look countywide, there's probably a lot more than this, and it does get costly. But this is not the result of recode. This is not the result of anything that has changed. And Jonathan, you can maybe explain that better, because it's not something that changed. It's just something that was existing, and then an innocent, hardworking family got reported. And one of the things that was in that anonymous complaint was that family or that person had to get rid of their chickens. And I don't know where they lived or who they were, but it's unfortunate that they didn't reach out for help. They didn't reach out to whoever their council member is, like the Smiths and the Moses didn't call and say, hey, the Moses got their letter on Friday night, on Monday night, and I was sitting right here and got in a meeting and got a text from them, and they're frantic. I mean, that's just, that shouldn't happen to anybody over anything. But Jonathan, if you just maybe kind of just, correct anything that I've said that's not accurate, but I just want them to understand that it's not, we're very attentive to the things that we change and the repercussions of those things. So I want to clarify that it's not a zoning change, something that we change that needs to be changed back.
That's right. So we'll go back a couple slides to what I have up here. So the zoning district used to be titled RC1, is now titled RSF 40. You can see there is no P in either the old version of the code or the current version of the code for animals keeping or raising, which is the violation of the property. In essence, just too many chickens.
So based off what we see here, even if it didn't go to RSF 40, keeping of animals still wouldn't have been permitted if it was in RC1.
Correct. So regardless of prior to 2022 and today, the keeping of animals still wouldn't be allowed. And honestly, chicken keeping is one of our most common code enforcement complaints. It used to be much more common prior to the addition of accessory backyard chickens as a use. And a lot of folks, they don't know that they're not allowed to have the chickens. They say, I'm just gonna, get a handful of chickens, have them in my backyard, whether it's for eggs or for their children, and they don't know that they're not allowed to have it until some of their neighbors complain about it.
And that's the reason that we made a change a couple of years ago, was to loosen that up some. So because we knew, with COVID, it was COVID time, and people were staying home, and a lot of people changed their way of life, and they decide, we're gonna need some of our own chickens. And so a lot more people probably have chickens, and so I apologize. I'm sorry that y'all have had to go through, and this goes back to February. So the worry, I know it's worrisome. It's very worrisome. So I apologize to both families for what you've had to experience and be concerned with to get to this point, and I could never speak for council and say this is going to be rezoned without a problem. But I do feel like just the support of agricultural efforts throughout the county, that was, I did try to reassure y'all and make that just less stressful for you.
You gonna let me talk now? I'm tromping at bits, dude. Because this is why I run. You meet very few people that won't eat an egg, but they're complaining about a chicken crowing. It's a God-given right to grow your own food. And I'm mad. I don't think people do understand. Do you think the founding of our country, those folks didn't have chickens? Matter of fact, there's a lot of things our country was founded on And for some reason, we think we're so modern and all that we don't need it anymore. Me and Carolyn know because we had trouble, but we had it on a federal level. And I agree 100%. If you're man enough to be up on somebody, you ought to be willing to put your name down. I'll put my name down. But I don't even think that we need to pass their zoning, but we do need to give them back, waiver their fee. I have no problem with it. Ms. Smith, you need more chickens, you let me know. Carol can produce 270 in a batch. Sam knows that too. And I deal with this every day. And I honestly don't think that people realize, no, we don't have no farmers. I mean, these poor kids that want to farm, how they going to afford the land? If they don't inherit it, how they going to afford it? I mean, there's a lot I see wrong, and I bite my tongue. But do I need to make that motion now that we waiver their fee?
There's no authority to waive fees.
I don't think we can wait, we can't waive the fee.
Say what, Mark? There ain't?
No.
Well, we're going to have to change that too then.
So just want to kind of follow up back on what Tommy talked about. And so a couple questions I have about this, the change in the rezoning. So how many properties were impacted that were changed over to the RSF 40? And were all of these properties in the area changed over?
Sir, there was no change.
So, but from the old coding to the new?
So the title of the district, the name of the district was changed from RC1 to RSF 40. No properties were rezoned with that name change.
It didn't change what was allowed.
It did not change the uses that are allowed. As you can see here, animals keeping or raising, RC1, there's an empty box there, not permitted. RSF 40, same district, different title, empty box, not permitted.
It was more of a clarification, because, listen, as a few years on council and trying to remember these RC1 and RC2 and everything, these just, they just changed the name to make it more relative to the square footage of the, to the size of the lot. So it's still, nothing changed, the colors of the map and nothing changed. This is just like an area though where the properties, and I don't know how far back it goes, but it probably goes back a very long way. They probably were RC1 for many, many years.
This is the original zoning of the property.
Original zoning.
So I'd recommend that we do bring this back to planning, and what I would recommend in this situation, because I think most of these lots are what, 3 acres, 3.5 acres, roughly? More? Okay. Yeah, I'd recommend we do that, and one of the questions, and one of the things I'd like to see is to modify this as allowing them to have farm animals on the property. If we're looking at something like this, and we've got somebody in here that is consistently, and been consistent across the board, I think we need to look hard at these size properties here, and to look to modify to allow them. So we don't have anybody else coming along and reporting these people, and having them come in, spend their money to fight this when they have been on these properties for years and are simply doing this to support their families. So I'd recommend we bring that back to planning.
Josh, is there nothing that we can do? I mean, these are young families with young kids. Money's tight. And we cost them money, or, well, I ain't, but it's costing them money that they don't need to be spending over something this stupid.
Yeah, well, first of all, Tommy, I want to make sure we do bring this back to planning and have this open-ended discussion on this coding here, because I want to see change, because other people in these codes are going to be sitting in here in the same situation again, and we need to be here to protect them.
So in this instance, I think this is the way to fix this. I think, you know, I'd kick it to staff and the planning director to answer the fact of,
Yeah.
you know, what's the more global view of this? What's the potential text amendment to look at? But I think I'd ask you, what are you sending back to the planning commission? And, you know, I don't know if Jonathan has any ideas there, but I think that's where we need more direction.
Yeah, we
But in
could-
terms of fixing, I think, you know, yes, there's not a way to recompensate for the fee, but I think this was the way that staff recommended we fix it in this situation.
Right.
About the, you know, how somebody, you know, files a complaint, obviously that's something we can look at as well. You know, I'm happy to look at that policy. But in terms of this actual instance, I think this is the best path forward. Jonathan?
Well, I think in this it is, but I'm talking about future. I'm talking about moving forward in this situation. So we have people that are zoned or that are marked with this, with the amount of property they have, we need to allow them to have animals on their property.
So you're saying we took their money, but we ain't got no way to give it back to them?
That was what the attorney just shared.
That's bound to be a way.
That's
If you
right.
take it, you can give it back.
I guess in the instance of a situation where you have a family like this that's been doing this for years and years, and they've been doing that prior to RICO, regardless of where we stand with RC1, could the county council have initiated a rezoning and then in that instance waive the fee?
We can't waive fees.
If it was council, my question is, if council initiated the rezoning,
which we didn't,
would they have to pay the fee?
I think globally, if you're looking at that, that's what I'm referring to, is globally, you could ask us to look at this, and I know Jonathan's ready to jump in here, but I think that's what you need to send back to the planning commission is what do you want them to look at? I think in this instance, this is the quickest fix, but globally,
Clearly-
Jonathan, what would be your recommendation?
Well, clearly, the only issue in front of us now is to rezone it, and that's what we got to do. And this was not council, we have been through this before with legal, where they have told us that we are not allowed to reimburse someone for any fees, that basically it's illegal for us to do that because it's allowed by right. Just because, I mean, I think it's abundantly clear that this council is going to pass this unanimously. We agree that this needs to be rezoned, the RUD. I don't mean to speak for anybody, but I am trying to make sure that we move our agenda forward. Do I have council commitment that we want to take a look at? Number one, how many of these properties are RSF 40 that exist? I mean, I think it might be important to take a look at them and see where they fall in the county, and how do we address where the rest of these may have similar situations, such that we need to create a text amendment to RSF 40.
So, Madam Chair, clarifying question, is it based on being bigger than a certain size, or is it based on historically being agriculture and nature? That's the kind of information I think we would need, or it can be both.
Well,
I'll tell you what.
planning and zoning, take a look at it.
I think that's the broader question.
Right.
We're asking planning and zoning to take a look at it. I can only speak for myself. I think if you've been doing this for years and years, and you've established where you are, that to me should be a factor that's considered into it, and that should apply. I don't know how other council members, I mean, y'all chime in on that one issue when we're looking to research it.
I think that whether you've been doing it years and years or not, but, I mean, go get you a till and plant you a garden if it's a whim that you want to try or what, but it's a God-given right to grow your own food. And I don't care how fancy your neighborhood or nothing else. Everybody eats.
Right, but I think at this, discussion, I think we would agree on, we can send this back to planning to have them look at.
Well, I don't know that we send it back to staff. I think we're asking management to take a look with staff, take a look at the issues that we've talked about here tonight. You hear council's support for this. I mean, if you live on these parcels and you're doing this kind of work, we support folks being able to do this type. And so we want you to take a look at how big the problem is, and take a look at how other counties are doing reporting. Is it anonymous? I've always had trouble with, there are folks that have standing. How can somebody who lives all the way across the county trying to use it as a way to compete with people too? I would like to know what the other options are as to how we go about looking at what complaints we're going to look into and can they be anonymous. So I think those are the two issues we're asking management to take a look at and bring back some information to council.
We can do that.
Can we get the chart put back on the screen? I don't know if, so, about 15 minutes ago, I think I heard several people talking about allowing animals in the RSF 40, or they weren't allowed in the RC1. In order to allow animals in any zoning, we have to pick one of the zoning that's already permitted. We just can't throw a P into RSF 40 and say it's fine. So we're going to have to look at one of the other zonings, the RUD1, the RUD, the AGC1, AGC, to rezone those properties for that. We just can't put the P there and say, hey, it's fine now. Now, when it comes to the fee for the rezoning, the only way we can do it without a fee being asked for is we do a council-initiated zoning and rezone all that property in that area to one of the ones that will allow animals and livestock.
Like we just did a few
Yeah,
minutes
like we
ago.
just did. But council has to initiate that rezoning from, which was RC1, which is now RSF 40. Council will have to say, we want to allow animals in RUD1, but what that does is everybody who has RUD1 that's on the other side of the county can start having animals versus just this area. If we initiate it, we can waive the fee. But anytime a citizen initiates a rezoning, there's going to be a fee, because I know several years ago, tried to do the same thing with a fee, and I was told we have no mechanism of waiving fees or reimbursing for fees. So I knew that wasn't going to work when that conversation started. But we just can't slap a P in RSF 40 and say it's fine. So if we're going to allow animals, we have to pick from what we already allow animals in. We can't just start up and say animals are allowed. Let's say if this person was in RMX 10, we just can't slap a P there and say it's fine.
Well, I think, let's, just so that we can move forward and not get off on, that we've got management that's taking a look at the prevalence of the problem with RSF 40 in particular. Is that something where we have a persistent problem? And number two, the reporting period, if you can give us a report back. I think this whole council is fully supportive of this, and I hope that folks out here understand that we're all supportive of agriculture in these communities. Can we, I'm going to call for the question now.
Yeah.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We move now to item number 5. Rezoning action, hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 24-26, tax map number 363-000050-053 through 057 to rezone from RSF 30 to RUD, 6 parcels totaling 9.25 acres. District 2. Mr. Bueno.
Yes, this application, similar to the previous one, this one is requesting to go from RSF 30 instead of 40 to RUD. It's on Johnson Street, adjacent to the limits of Clover. It's just over 9 acres across 6 parcels. So just for your background information, the light shading here is the limits of Clover. So one of the subject parcels, so the southernmost parcel there, is currently under violation, same violation as the previous case, animal production and livestock. They have more than 6 chickens on the property. Ducks and turkeys kind of roam about, and there's a couple of pigs that were observed as well. So rezoning to RUD would resolve this violation and would allow the applicants to keep the animals presently on that violation site or across any of the other application properties. So similar chart here is just showing that RC2, empty box, not permitted previously, RSF 30, not permitted today either. This one is a little different in that it is adjacent to the limits of Clover. So this is the Clover zoning map. So you can see it's surrounded by highway commercial, industrial, and high-density residential for the colors that are depicted there in the Clover zoning. And that informs part of our analysis looking at the land use recommendation on our comprehensive plan, where it says we are to support rezonings that are consistent with adopted municipal plans and the scale and density of existing adjacent land uses. So as much as we would have liked to recommend approval for this one, the circumstances are a little bit different than the previous case. It is inconsistent with the comp plan goals and the future land use map. The future land use map there, you can see in the light yellow color, recommends single-family residential. It's inconsistent with the Clover zoning and their plan for residential in the area. And the proposed RUD district is not compatible with the character of the surrounding area. It's 1 block from Main Street. There are small lot residences nearby, as well as commercial and industrial businesses. However, by a 6-0 vote, Planning Commission went the other way, and they recommend approval.
I do have a couple of questions. Mr. Roddy?
Yeah, I think I want to go first this time, because last time I didn't get all my wording out. Just kidding. So are they in violation because of the number of animals they're keeping, or just because they have animals?
So they're in violation because of the number of chickens and the presence of the other animals. So turkeys, ducks, and pigs. Potbelly pigs are allowed, but others are not, and the turkeys and ducks as well.
So by rezoning, will they now be in compliance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because they're going under RUD 1.
RUD.
RUD. Gotcha, I see it here. All right.
Same as the last one.
I have a question. In this particular case, it looks to me like, was this property UD?
So over the course of two different rezoning cases, so all of this property used to be in the UD district. So it's kind of that, if you look at the zoning map on the left, that darker gray color, those are county parcels that are UD today. So the southernmost parcel was rezoned first by itself to RSF 30, and the other parcels in the UD rezoning project, where folks were invited to come talk to planning staff, decide which zoning district they wanted to pursue, because council removed residential uses from the UD district. So in order to allow property owners that had residential property to be conforming, we had a project went district by district to allow folks the opportunity to choose a new zoning district. So that's how we arrived today at RSF 30 for all of these parcels, aside from the one that went previous in a council-initiated rezoning prior to that UD project.
So council initiated, well, I mean, I guess staff has asked that UD parcels, they don't want to do that anymore. Basically, it wasn't a zoning classification that we wanted, and so we've encouraged folks to rezone out of that property designation because it's too broad. And so when someone asks to do that, they're asked, what do we need to rezone to? And I just noticed in the history of this one is that why these folks who have been doing this type of farming for as long as they have, why were they advised to get their free rezoning to go to something that doesn't allow them to keep doing the farm use that they were allowed to do? Because it would seem to me that this is a case where talking and communicating, this would have been a council-initiated rezoning where they could continue to do the farm work, have their home, and really should have been able to do that without having to pay and do this rezoning.
I get the question there was why was the recommendation RSF 30 at the time that the UD project was coming through? That had to do with the residential character, the size of the lots, and what's around the property. That analysis did not include, what are the rural characteristics of the property. I don't know to the extent that, and that project was over 5 years ago at this point. So I don't know what the extent of the animals on the property was at that time. I'm sure they had some. I don't know if they had those discussions with planning staff at the time that they discussed and wanted to move forward with the rezoning. So I don't know the information regarding that conversation at that time.
I think it wasn't plainly explained to them, what I think.
Are there any other questions? All right, so let me make sure we keep this asking questions. Are there any questions for staff before we open public hearing?
Yeah, we talked about the UD, going from UD to the current zoning. Are these the same families in these properties that's petitioning now for rezoning as it was when we switched from UD to RSF 30?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions?
What is the, what's the total acreage, all of that together?
It's just over 9 acres.
9 acres.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I guess I'll ask this question. So when staff was deliberating this, how much did you take into consideration how close this is to the city limits of Clover?
I mean, that's a good deal of our analysis, given it is 1 block removed from Main Street. Just behind this property is the Honeywell facility. So it is industrial in character on some aspects, and just to the north is some of the smaller lot residential. So in keeping with the plan goal that we try to have our unincorporated properties have a relatively seamless transition from municipal properties, we had to take the Clover zoning and the existing uses into account when we made our recommendation.
That's a tough one.
Any other questions? All right. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this rezoning? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
My knees are shaking. Okay, so I feel like because of the denial and the
If you'll just, I'm
pictures-
sorry, I hate to interrupt you. Will you just please just state your name and give your address?
My name is Samantha Moses. My address is 1055 Johnson Street.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay,
We're not going to bite, I promise.
I know. Listen, I don't talk in front of people, okay? Sorry. But because it does
You're
not
doing
look
great.
nice on paper, I feel like I need to say something. And because I've never felt like I needed to defend myself against somebody that I didn't even know. And I did nothing to this person. So our family has lived on Johnson Street since the 1960s. Hall Wesley Moses grew and sold tomatoes with a little table and a little scale. Homer Moses, Daniel Moses, raised beef cows and had 2 random bison. Roxanne Moses raised horses. And then I came along in 2005 with a little orphan bottled baby goat. And it was all from there. So since 2005, my husband and I have raised animals since the 1960s. Before zoning was even established in York County, we've always raised livestock. And that whole side of the road, along with the other side of the road, belongs to our family and is all family, or is like family. And will eventually belong to our family. And all I ask is that we are able to rezone and that y'all honor the lifelong generational commitment we have put into this so that we can, in turn, pass this on to our own children. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor?
I'm Daniel Moses, 1055 Johnson Street, and I'm like Tommy, I'm a little, I can talk, but I'm a little hot under the collar, so we're not gonna go there. Mimic everything Mr. Smith said, save a lot of time by doing that. Because what he said was just jam up, apply dust. Consistency is a word that's been brought up a lot. Consistently since the 60s, we've been here. Been doing this since then. Family's been here since the 1860s, consistently doing same stuff. Just let us keep doing what we're doing. That's all we ask. And The anonymous complaint, there's been a lot of stuff talked about that, but ain't nobody said it, I'm gonna say it. It's a damn coward, that's who it is. Got no idea who it is, but whoever they are, they're a coward. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Keisha Orders, 561 Jack Pennington Road in Clover. So my biggest thing, my family was from Gastonia, so I married into someone from Clover. And my mom worked in like zoning and planning and all this different stuff. And I get it, it's hard for everybody because we do have to have some growth. I understand that, and that's never going to go away. But the problem that we have here with all of this is the fact that it has been here. We can't help as community, we can't help what builds around us. We're all just kind of there. One house that I had was passed down to me. My husband's was given to him. I mean, it's just passed down. We can't help what is given to us and what builds around us. We can't stop a lot of growth, but at the same time, we shouldn't have to give up livelihood, or in case of a lot of these younger people, what they want to see, if they want to go into maybe part of agriculture as a job, a career, anything like that, or just the experience of us letting us have our children experience this. So I ask that, these people, they can't help what has built around them. So I just think that that really needs to be taken into consideration. It's not like they've moved. It's not like somebody has just come in out of the blue and, again, they've just been here. So I just think we need to think about that too. Thank you.
My name's Tony Pennell. I live at 1920 Crystal Ridge Drive. And I sit there listening to that stuff, and I think I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't get up and speak for these folks too. The folks is got their animals in pens. It ain't like they running up and down the street. Several months ago, I had a cat show up my house, had kittens. I don't want the cats. I called the pound. Their word was they free roaming animals and we don't pick up cats. So I still got 3 cats. I can't kick them to the curb. That wouldn't be right. I'll take them to the pound. You know what's going to happen? They're going to kill them if nobody picks them up. So these folks are living off their land, their animals. I think it's a great thing to keep small farms together. I used to work on a dairy farm on Avenue Church Road, milk cows when I was going through high school. And the milking company has made it so cheap to buy the milk, he had to shut down the farm and raise beef cows. And is the White's Dairy Farm on Avenue Church Road. So now he's selling beef cows and not selling milk. But you go inside the grocery stores and see how much that gallon of milk costs versus what he was producing. And I know that this is just rambling on, but these folks are trying to do the right thing with their kids and show them that farming is hard work. I done it. You go out there and shovel the chicken pen out. I had chickens at my house. You go out there and clean the pen day in and day out. It's hard work. So it ain't like these folks are making a bunch of money or getting a big satisfaction. Their biggest satisfaction is for their kids to be around animals, enjoy the farm life. So that's all I got to say.
Anyone else?
My name is Crystal Mobley, 938 Barrett Road in Clover. I'm a multi-generational resident and citizen of Clover, South Carolina. I've known Daniel and Samantha for many years, and I just want to read the email that I sent earlier. I'm sending this email in support of rezoning the property belonging to the Moses family in hopes that they can continue their homesteading lifestyle there. Samantha and her family have been an integral part of our community. They are known for providing a wealth of resources for healthy eating, as well as education for community about how to raise and grow their own food. Their lifestyle is not for the faint of heart. I have personally watched them spend years of hard manual labor working on and creating a responsible and sustainable farm, not to mention the huge financial investment, because this is expensive to live this way, that they've put into their property. Land doesn't just become producing farm just by happen circumstance. It requires a lot of work involved. They have completely embodied this way of life for themselves and their children. Their children have known from infancy about animal husbandry and they have developed a love and a passion for their animals. It would be more than heartbreaking to see them have to get rid of their animals that their lives revolve around. These kids, they get up every morning and they take care of their animals. They know responsibility. It's parents like Daniel and Samantha that are raising young children that will one day turn into these guys, that will one day turn into these guys that put food in your mouth and food on your table. I would also like to add that even though initially their farm was for personal use, they have never been gatekeepers. They have become a valuable resource of education for anyone who would like to know more about being self-sustainable. Samantha has been known to donate many plants to folks in need, myself included, and she's even gone so far as to come and help and show me how to put them in the ground and how to tend to them and raise them. She was even once known, which she would never tell you this, but because I'm her friend, I knew this. There was a South Carolina farmer that lost his entire row crops of tomatoes due to a hailstorm. Samantha, who produces plants, produced over 500 tomato plants and gifted them to this farmer for his livelihood out of her own pocket. That was money that was plants for her sales to continue her livelihood and her lifestyle. She took 500 of her personal tomato plants and donated them to another South Carolina farmer so that y'all can have ketchup and diced tomatoes and canned goods. I think that's the little things that you wouldn't think could happen on a 9-acre lot in the middle of Clover. It doesn't look good for them. I get the zoning, it doesn't look good. It doesn't fit the long-term plan, but I think one thing that has to be taken into consideration with the long-term plan and the land usage is that these people were here first. Like, the land usage is not taken into consideration that they're still gonna be here. The land usage and like the long-term goal is with the anticipation that they're just gonna leave and that the land won't be given down to their children as it has been for generations to come. So I'm in agreement with that. There's gotta be some sort of grandfathering or exemptions and things like that when the urban sprawl comes into what used to be agriculture area. Also, I would love to see there to be more accommodations for the urban farmer, just like those that want to do very small scale just to provide for just their families alone. In closing, the rezoning of this property has a far-reaching impact, positive impact, not only on their family, but on our local community and our whole state. Please be very thoughtful and consider all of these things when making your decision. Thank you.
Ma'am. Is there anyone else?
Lisa Murray, 1872, Knox Road, Clover, South Carolina. I am Samantha Moses' mother. I did not come prepared today to speak, but I would like to say that I am the 4th generation of 6 generations of York County gardeners and farmers. And she was raised not with me farming and barely gardening. And I would like to say that my husband and I are Gen Xers. And we thought, and we were taught, that we were supposed to go out and make our living and provide more for our children than what we had. And I grew up with a farming daddy, and we eat from canned goods that my mother canned. And we worked in my father's fields. But we still grew up thinking that we had to provide better for our children somehow. And I'd like to say that I'm a cancer survivor. I have lymphoma. It is a rare lymphoma. And I'm 5 years in remission. And I would like to say that I wish I had known that when you go to your grocery store the next time that you go, I implore you to look on the back of your canned foods, on the back of your frozen foods, and they will now say bioengineered food. Everything that you buy, 99% of what you buy is a bioengineered food. I know you all have heard of meat is going to start being printed. You're going to start having bugs in your food that you feed your children and your grandchildren. And I know from my standpoint of having lymphoma that it is from my surroundings. That is what gave me cancer, is my surroundings, my water, my soil, the things that I eat, that I put in my body. And I would like for all of you to know that I watched my baby that I thought I was raising to do better and have better. I watched her break her back on that farm to raise my grandchildren have better and to do better. And it is a beautiful, beautiful thing. And they are healthy and they are strong. And she is healthy and she is strong. And my baby has taught me that good food and good meat will save your life. I'm standing here living because of what my child has taught me. I now garden. I do bucket gardening, but I have tomatoes growing on my back porch. I can't crawl around and weed anymore. I wish I could. My bones are shot from the steroids and the chemotherapy. I did a year of chemotherapy. I'm just asking you to go into your grocery store and look at the food that you're feeding your people. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
I have one question. I can't help but to wonder, since 5 years ago, this was zoned UD, right? Wonder how many other families around them still have animals similar to this property, even though it's rezoned. I see a lot of nodding of heads. Okay, thank you.
So, just want to say a little bit over what I said the first time. And it doesn't really matter to me that the town of Clover is beside this property or adjacent to this property. I think it'd be great if one day, if Clover decides to annex, that we have a little farm in the middle of Clover. So I think that's an asset. I think anywhere we can have a little slice of this is a good thing. I know how hard they work. And I want to just say again that I fully support this, Sam. I know how hard you've worked and how hard you've worried about this. I mean, how much you've worried about this. And what's wrong with America today is that people don't stand up. What's right with America is that people do. And I believe with all my heart that the last person standing will be a farmer.
Mr. Roddy?
I just want to say to Ms. Moses, that was kind of nervous on the speaking part. The best thing that you did was tell your story. You know, it's a thankless job if we just think we can just come up here and not look at whether it's family tradition, family history, or what goes into owning a piece of property. Of course, we have our things that we look for when we rezone or not allow for a rezone to go through, but have you ever just been riding through a city or a town somewhere and say, wow, that was kind of out of position? What happened there? That's the character of a lot of communities that, you said it perfectly, you can't change what happens around you. You can only control what you have. And apparently, everywhere in small town USA, a lot of things are changing, but we can't penalize those who want to stay the same. And for this farm or this piece of property that's been here since, I think someone mentioned 18, whatever, how many ever years this family's been doing this with some sort of livestock, some sort of farming, that's a testament to not conforming to what's around you and staying true to who you are. So we definitely want to take that into consideration. I don't have a problem with leaving or allowing this to go to the new zoning that allows the farming, the animals, or whatever you guys want to do with it, because you're not responsible for all the changes that's going on around you. If you want to have livestock, you want to do the farming, you know, eggs don't come from Harris Teeter. They're shipped to Harris Teeter from a farm. Beef don't come from Harris Teeter. It's shipped from a farm. Someone who thought enough to raise animals, to put it on the shelf. So I applaud the families who still want to do this, whether you're doing it to raise capital for your family or just doing it because that's what you like to do. And you want to feed your family or you want to raise your kids to have some work ethic or whatever around the house, whatever it is that you want to do with it, I think you should be allowed to do it. So I have no problem supporting this rezoning.
Anything? All right.
Yeah,
Try that.
yeah, real quick. Again, I want to thank everybody because, I mean, this has been heartfelt and what you've shared tonight is powerful, so I appreciate it. And again, I think it just targets the fact that we've got work to do. We've got work to do in order to protect these people in regards to these people that have animals on their property, this is part of their lives and we've got to look out for them. So I'm looking forward to our work that we can do to help them out. Yeah.
You want to say anything? Well, ain't a lot I got to say, Sam. I know just about as much about them as they know about me, so they spend many times down there getting their milk to talk to us about different things. She works real hard, and she has the blisters sometimes to show it. I have no problem, but I'm tickled to death that Bump said that eggs come from the farm to Harris Teeter.
They do.
Anyone else?
Can I add one thing real quick? So these families are not in a position of not being able to afford these rezonings. It is costly, and I went with them and met with the county. I did ask at that time, the person that we met with, if we could do a council initiated rezoning, and we were told that would probably not be our best avenue. So we left that meeting. I was thinking that each of them was going to pay about $700, and the total between them is about it's about 17. One was 1,000 and one was about 700. So I did do a GoFundMe, and because I told them I was going to help them, and neither one of them wanted to accept that help. But I will tell you this: there's so many people have reached out to me and said, "What can we do to help?" So I thought, well, let's just make this easy for people to help. So if people go into that GoFundMe, it doesn't matter if it's $5 or $10. It just shows that, you know what, you support. And I had told Sam that everybody wants to be a part of the solution. You know, when you come here, you're sitting here tonight because you want to be a part of that solution. And so I would love to be able to help offset the cost to these two families. Like our county attorney said, we can't give that money back from the county. The county's not going to give the money back to you. But I think the community will come together. And you've had so many people, you know, on your Facebook page and caring and, you know, just appreciating what you do. you know, that $1,000 for y'all, that wipes out a lot of what you made and worked so hard for back in the spring. I watched you, I know. And so, if anybody would like to go to that GoFundMe, it's on my page, and I'd love for Sam, I'd love for you to share it, because people do want to help you, and for the Smiths family too. People want to be a part, and you know, the coming together of people is a very important part of every community. So I would just ask that everybody put a little toward that, and let's see if we can dig them out of this hole and start fresh.
So this rezoning is a no-brainer. I mean, anybody who lives here, I've born and raised here, my family's 3 generations, we're from farming too. If there's one thing you get on this council, I'd love to rezone all of our property for farming, because I do think that it's one of those things that just is important to our community, and it doesn't impact our this one though, this one bothers me, because I do still feel like this should be a council-initiated rezoning. This was UD. You were allowed, basically UD let you do everything, and slowly there have been changes to that, which I don't think is fair to the property owners. So, I mean, I'm going to make this, I'm going to ask the question point blank, why can this not be converted back to a council-initiated rezoning? They had UD, they already had a home there, and this is a property that's been doing farming for that long. Why can we not convert it to a council-initiated rezoning? That's for legal.
It wasn't, so I'm happy to look at that question and get back to council on that point.
I would ask that we look into that. I mean, we can only change things going forward. I think properties that are 3 acres or more that are wanting to do or add a farming component. And, you know, I think the one thing that was always troubling were the roosters next door to a big neighborhood development. But if you've got chickens or whatever, I would fully support that. I'm in support of finding other ways to expand this. This is one of those areas where I think council has been very consistent and unanimous about finding better ways to do this. But I would ask that that you look into why this can't be converted to that. This is, to me, it shouldn't have happened. But all those in favor of the rezoning say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously.
Chrissy, you made a good point about the roosters,
And we're
but
done.
do you realize?
And we're done,
No,
Tommy.
but do you realize that they'll make you get your tail up out of
I
bed?
know. I hear them all the time when I call you on the phone. If we can just take, y'all want to take 2 minutes, take a restroom break? Let's do that right quick. Just 2 minutes. Okay, we're going to move now to old business. Item number 1, council to consider second reading of an ordinance to amend Chapter 155 zoning code to modify separation requirements for certain uses in the Lake Wiley zoning overlay to provide for a public hearing and provide for other matters relating thereto. We have a motion.
So I'm going to make a motion to keep the 660-foot separation the same as it is currently that was done from Recode, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. I won't keep going on that one.
So is the motion to approve second reading?
So I don't know what second, I think some things have changed in what this says, so I don't want to just make a, so, well, let me just maybe reiterate what my motion is. So what I would like to see us do, this is my motion, is keep the 660-foot separation between the 4 of the 5 business uses. I would like to remove the drive-through windows from what's currently in the code, but keep it so that it's not just car wash to car wash, but that it's those 4 uses, the remaining 4 uses to the remaining 4 uses. This leaves all but one of the neighborhoods in Lake Wiley protected.
So is the motion to approve second reading with the removal of the
Drive-through.
drive-through?
Well, I don't know what second reading, I don't know if second reading changed from what's currently in the code. Jonathan, did second reading, does it change from what, I don't know what we approved at first reading. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
so the first reading motion that was approved was to go with the Planning Commission recommendation. And so that accomplishes 3 changes departing from the current code. So that the first is a clerical change to modify the first use to the defined term in the code, which is vehicle service, repair, and customization. All the other items are already encapsulated in that one term. The second change would be to apply the separation requirement only to the location of new uses so that it wouldn't affect the existing businesses and make them non-conforming. And the third change would be to waive the separation requirement if the new use is on the same lot, an adjacent lot, or an adjacent lot with a cross-access easement. So just those 3 changes from the current code is the current draft for second reading tonight.
So I'm wanting to apply to the location of new uses. In other words, that grandfathers in and makes things not be non-compliant. I do not want to waive the separation between, if you've got one and then you can put one beside, another one beside that. So if you've got a particular business type, not interested in waiving the separation between those 2. And then I want to be sure that I don't know about the modify the vehicle service repair. I know that sometimes when I make a motion and I think something's passed, we get to the next reading and it's different. It's different than what I thought I said. So I'm just trying to be very clear and think exactly what it is that I need to say, because sometimes it's like talking in double negatives sometimes. So basically what I want it to be is 660-foot separation between 4 business types, and if there needs to be a change to the definition of one of those, that's fine. And then to apply this to a location, for example, the car wash that was torn down, there's a new car wash coming there, or if someone needs to change they want to change something or add to something, that's not an issue. But not interested in waiving the separation between any 2 like similar businesses.
So I can clarify the motion and let me make sure.
Please. Thank you.
Approve second reading as written, with the exception that condition number 3 that was recommended by the Planning Commission is removed, and eliminate, add the drive-through, eliminate the drive-through as one of the. Is that motion clear enough that staff understands at least the motion?
Yes, I think I'll add, just for the sake of the record, I think that the motion is to approve second reading, to eliminate paragraph B1D, which is the restaurants or other prepared food establishments with drive-through or drive-in.
If you're going to go that far, if you're going to go into those weeds, you probably need to put this on the screen, the motion. Put the actual, can we put on the screen I mean, we're only looking at what you have printed on the agenda.
Are you speaking to the attachment?
On the
that's in
agenda, yeah.
I don't think the clerk has a way to do that during the meeting at this.
Is there no way to show that? All right, Jonathan, so repeat that.
Yes, ma'am. So the motion on the table is to approve second reading with the following amendments to eliminate paragraph 155, 198, B1D, which is itemizing restaurants or other prepared food establishments with drive-through or drive-in facilities as one of the separated uses. And then the second amendment would be to eliminate the last sentence of paragraph B2, which states no separation is required if the proposed use is on the same lot or a lot adjacent to a use listed in that section with a cross-access easement.
You're saying remove that one, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then what about the new uses? Do we need to say anything?
That's already incorporated.
That's
in the
incorporated,
draft.
okay.
So staff understands the motion, legal understands the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Well, yeah,
Are you done?
I got a little discussion.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so, you know, we're not trying to limit commerce. We're not trying to make it hard for anybody to do business in Lake Wiley. But the issue is that because there's been poor planning in the past, we are inundated with certain business models. And it's kind of become like, it's bordering on humorous for some, and that is that, you know, there's so many oil change places, and we don't need any more oil change places, and we don't have a way to say where they go. So you know, if we were going to sit down with a blank slate and we had done this even, you know, 10 to 15 years ago and said, hey, these are the things that we think we need, and where can they go? That's planning. You know, where do we want these things? We would never have put 6 or 10 of the same uses in one little area. And if I think Mr. Gossett mentioned shopping centers or something earlier. We're not trying to limit shopping centers. We're not limiting barbershops. We're not limiting nail salons. What we're limiting are freestanding buildings that take up the front parcel on our roadways. And, you know, Mr. Huckabee mentioned one time that let's do things like they did like at Target out on Dave Lyle Boulevard. Well, here's the problem. We've got one acre lots that are facing the road. We don't have big, you know, 40 acre lots that we're talking about. We've got 1 acre lots that line these roads, and some might be a little bigger, but they're basically 1 acre. They're not in depth. You know, Harris Teeter's coming in. We're not looking to limit that. If you were going to build a shopping center, and you think about, just kind of think about, okay, here you've got one shopping center, and you're going to look at the little fine-tuned picture. You're not going to go in there and put 3 nail salons in that one shopping center, because that would impact all of those. What you're going to do is you're going to spread those around, and so if you zoom out of that and you look at Lake Wiley, why would you put so many of a particular business in Lake Wiley? Why would you not think the same as you would if you were putting together a shopping center and have a variety? Variety is the spice of life. So I've done several polls in Lake Wiley, and you know, there are a lot of people doing polls these days, but I've done several polls, and 80-something% of the people wanted to keep the 660, and 60% of the 80 wanted to increase it to 1,000 feet. We've got, at this point, we've got one neighborhood that's not protected from backing up to one of these uses. So, you know, it's just a very important thing for the, you know, how we look and how we feel. We don't want to be any town USA, and that's what we've become. You know, the Chamber of Board Chair spoke tonight. Well, what are you attracting here? What are you bringing here? I mean, maybe y'all knew that we're going to have 4 oil change places approved, you know, when nobody was looking during COVID. I mean, how does that happen? And why does that happen? And why do you like the fact that that happens? Most of the people don't. Most of the people want to see the variety. And what people want, we want restaurants and we want places to shop. Different things. Not the same old, over and over. And it's ridiculous how many we have of some of these businesses. So we're not limiting a business that there might be 2 or 3 of. I mean, we've got maybe 4 liquor stores. We're not looking to limit liquor stores, but they are spread out, and they're not on the front parcels. They're not right there taking up the front parcels that change the way we look and feel. And you know, I didn't let anybody really know that this was even on the agenda tonight, because I felt like, you know, hopefully council's going to listen to Lake Wiley. And you know, in the past, Lake Wiley wasn't heard, and then I got on council, and Lake Wiley became more and more heard. And you know, people are very happy with the fact that council was listening. So we've had you know 6.5 to 7, 6.5. We've had a 6.5 year run of this council listening to the people who live in that Lake Wiley overlay. We put that overlay together because there were things about our area that are different than other areas. And no offense to Fort Mill, but we don't want to become Fort Mill, and we're becoming Fort Mill. And Fort Mill, I remember, you know, Michael Johnson said to me one time, he goes, you know, Fort Mill got great stuff, but y'all aren't getting great stuff. And he's absolutely right about that. So the only way for us to control that and have a little variety, and it might take us a little longer to build everything out because we are a little restrictive in that. But right now, there are 2 more car washes proposed. There's a gas station proposed, 2 gas stations, let me correct that, 2 gas stations, and another oil change place. And I just feel like that is, I mean, when you look at where you want to live and how you want to live and what you want to have close by at home, we've got plenty of that. We've got plenty of that. So let's save a little bit of room. And we're not talking about the big acreage of the overlay. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about from the Buster Boyd Bridge to Publix and down to the back gate of the landing, which would have a car wash in front of it, probably with neon in it, because we undid our sign ordinance, so probably all lit up with neon, whereas the other ones agreed not to do that a while back. And then you've got down to Lowe's and to Five Points. So we're talking about a 5.5, 6 mile stretch of road frontage, and that's what we're trying to just preserve and have something else be able to come there. It'd be great if somebody wants to come in and put a little shopping center so that people, the one thing we're missing is there's nowhere for you to just rent a place and move in with a business of any kind. So, I mean, I'm just trying to look long-term. I might be more visionary than a lot of you, but trust me, I've got my finger on the pulse of the community, and I have heard from numerous people. And I would love for the council to support the people of Lake Wiley and how we envision our community going forward.
So, well, first of all, I love Fort Mill. I tell you, it's a great place to live. And I know there's things going on there, but I tell you.
Y'all got great stuff, like Michael Johnson said. Y'all got great stuff, Tom.
I tell you what, it's a great place to live. And again, I want to also say is that when you look at Fort Mill, and this is, first of all, thank you for, your update. When I look at Fort Mill, I look at places like Kingsley, right? I look at the opportunity of locations like Kingsley because of what it attracts, and it's a destination, right? When I look at what you're proposing here, we would, if we had this there in Fort Mill, we would never have a Kingsley because we could never have a restaurant next to a restaurant.
No, it's not. Restaurant's been removed, and this was never about a restaurant. So what you wouldn't have in Kingsley would be an oil change place and a car wash and storage units, and that's not in Kingsley. And I love Kingsley, but we're not going to get things like Kingsley's got because we're going to have oil change places and car washes and storage units. That's what we're limiting. And the restaurants, restaurants it only limited drive-through windows. It didn't limit restaurants. I need y'all to understand I need y'all to understand this clearly. It's very important to the people.
Tom, you done?
I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay. So, I have in front of me, and for full disclosure, I did meet with one of the developers who would be affected by the 660 rule unless some of the language that the planning commission recommended is adopted into it. And I'll say before I met with him, I was kind of, hey, if Allison wants it this way in Lake Wallace, she should know what's best for her community. But several questions got raised today about what all would be affected if the 660 rule went in without some exceptions to the rule. And it kind of made sense for the questions. Obviously, if we're kicking out the no separation is required, blah, 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 what the planning commission wanted to put in, I thought that was a pretty good addition to what's being asked for, because you can only do away with that if you have a cross-access easement. Not every piece of property is going to have a cross-access easement, so that would be something unique and special to a certain piece of property, and we all know that would apply to the property at the 7-Eleven. Don't know how many other pieces of property have this cross-access easement, but that is an exception. You know, we can be as ironclad as we want to with no exceptions, or we can make way for certain exceptions. And I know not wanting more car washes, storage facilities, I get that. I remember several months ago when I made the offer of, if we don't want certain things right now, doesn't mean we wouldn't want them down the road. And if we put this in place, we're saying we can't even have them down the road. I suggested, and somebody gave me the evil eye and stomachs grumbling and growling, put a moratorium on certain things. Moratoriums are legal. It may not be the best way to do it, but it doesn't lock it out permanently and have to overturn something to come back and do it later. You know, Rock Hill put a moratorium on storage facilities. They blocked them off for a while, but when they lifted that moratorium, we got more storage units than the law would allow. They even took up some great commercial space with storage units. I thought maybe it was good for something else, but in the real world, capitalism and business drives investments to go wherever they can fall, wherever they can fit in, because let's face it, people are not building storage facilities, restaurants, or whatever on their own money. They have to go to a bank. Bank has to prove it. Bank's gonna make sure they have a business plan. They vetted everything that goes into that bank stroking that check for that builder or developer to put something on the ground and hopefully turn a profit and pay the bank back and pay employees and insurance and all the things that go with it. I'm for moving and tweaking and allowing for certain things to happen, but it has to make sense. And car washes and gas stations go together. And if we're putting something in place that's gonna prevent a car wash and a gas station from being that close together, I don't think we're achieving what we're trying to achieve. Because I wanna get a car wash, I wanna get my car gassed up to hit the road to go wherever, whether I'm going to the church or going to the beach or wherever. Certain clusters of business make sense. Now, are we doing an injustice to someone who wants to put a gas station near a car wash or a car wash near a gas station? If the business fails, it'll fail. But if, you know, I don't want to be in the business of picking winners and losers and saying certain businesses can't be certain places, because that's not my money. My job is, hey, we can make the policy on the zoning, but I don't want to say this can't go here, because what dictates what should go there is whether that business can make a profit. And if a car wash can make a profit where someone thinks a restaurant should go, more power to the car wash. Because eventually, if the car wash can't make money, it's going out of business, tear it down, start over, build a restaurant. You know, I've always supported things that make sense, but I need some answers as to what are we achieving by not allowing this no separation is required? What are we achieving by making it be so many feet from each other? Because if it's gonna come 660 feet away, why can't it come in a shorter distance away? You know, are we adding more curb cuts? Are we limiting more curb cuts? What are we, help me understand before I ultimately vote for or against the 660, but I think the 660 is doable if we allow for some exceptions, I know we got rid of disallowing drive-throughs, that's now permitted.
Oh, no, not yet.
But isn't that part of the motion?
Yeah.
So we're getting rid of the disallowing the drive-throughs. What else did we kick out? Yeah, the drive-throughs, but I do see a need to have some exceptions. I did kind of like the no separation is required if the proposed use is on the same lot. Now, another question came up. Are businesses going to be able to expand their like services? So if you have okay, so that's, okay, I like that part.
So let me say, can I just,
Yeah.
can I go back and just say one thing? Okay. So if we were talking about a 20-mile stretch, it would be very different. But we're not. We're talking about two crossroads that equate to about 5.5 miles. So even if you lump them together, you're gonna have a car wash and a gas station here. You got another gas station wanting to come that's not even, I mean, it's right outside the 660 feet. And what if they want to put a car wash beside that one? So now we got a car wash and a gas station, a car wash and a gas station. We've got another one down. We can put a car wash down across from the back gate of the landing because we got an auto parts store there. And those kind of go together. So we're still going to get the things within that small little length that we just already have enough of. So it's not about not wanting a car wash or an oil change place or storage units. It's about not wanting more of the same. Because we have an overabundance. If we didn't have any, and we were sitting here making a plan, and you know, we had little dots, and we were gonna color in how many of each thing we wanted, we would never put down that we wanted like 6 or 7 car washes we just wouldn't do that. And when you've got a community, I mean, maybe if you're Myrtle Beach, maybe you need all that gas stations and all of that, but where we are, we're still trying to look a little bit like county, because we are county. And I mean, I mean, how we look and how we feel is very important to the people who live there.
I have one more question, this is for staff. With this 660 rule, and I know the conversation's been around Harris Teeter coming, and I know a lot of Harris Teeters want to put a gas station.
They are putting a gas station.
Are we now, because I heard someone mention earlier in the 2-minute section about putting a gas station now more closer to a neighborhood versus somewhere else that they would have liked to have put it. They're having to move it to kind of separate. Is that is that how this is working?
Yes, sir.
So it's closer to a neighborhood versus somewhere where they would have rather put it. Now, in order to meet the 660, is it? They're going to put it closer to the neighborhood.
Yes.
Josh
Just
and I
what-
we met with that neighborhood,
Okay.
and they are okay with that. There's actually another parcel between them and the neighborhood that is not actually even for sale yet, and that's slated probably to be office, like an office, doctor's office type thing. So those adjacent neighbors are okay with where this is.
What I'm understanding from you, Mr. Robbins, is that and again, we are at second reading, that the number 3, waiving for lot, basically waiving the separation if the new use is on the same lot or an adjacent lot with a cross-access easement, that's something that you would prefer to have back into the ordinance for second reading.
Yeah, I like that. I think it gives some options to something that's kind of still somewhat controversial. I think this would open up some more possibilities, even in a restrictive area.
Jonathan, let me ask this question. If that were incorporated back in, would that allow for the gas station to go to a different place other than right next to the neighborhood?
Not for the Harris Teeter site that I believe you're discussing, because the influencing use that's on this list is on the other side of the street that's forcing the separation. So they can't have a cross-access easement crossing the road.
How would that be fixed then? I thought you just told Mr. Roddy that would fix the Harris Teeter issue.
That's not the question that I heard from Mr. Roddy. I heard that it was affecting the location.
The location because of the 660.
Yes.
And they are putting it in a place they'd rather not have it, but it works. But they'd rather have it somewhere else, but they can't have it there because the 660 is forcing them to move it to another location on their property. Okay.
Do you have any other, let's make sure we go through whoever wants to comment. Anything else, Mr. Roddy?
No.
Anyone else?
Can I make one quick comment before I
Okay.
apologize? I meant to say something here in regards, and Allison, I'm glad to hear about the restaurants and the drive-through in your comments there. But the question I guess I have, and it would be back to Jonathan, is that does this design of 660, does this cause sprawl when it comes to businesses?
That's a difficult question to answer because it presupposes that if that location doesn't work, the preferred location that is impacted by the 660 distance is going to cause them to find another location that's further out. It could be that they find a location that's further in that's still vacant, or they could decide that a further out location is not financially viable, so they might not move forward with the project at all. So it does force relocation of intended properties, but I can't say for certainty that it would encourage business sprawl. They would also have to find appropriate GC property.
Yeah, I mean, on the surface, it appears that it would cause sprawl because of the 660 component of it. But thank you for your feedback. Back to you.
Any other council member who's not spoken? Does anybody want
Sure.
to speak?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. This has been said a couple of times tonight, but I'm not involved in this conversation by choice. Who would choose to get involved with this conversation? But I am involved with it, and I've tried to understand this topic very thoroughly. Spent a lot of time talking to, reading emails from both sides, and talking to different entities. So much so that as early as last night or yesterday, I sent all of you kind of a suggestion on a motion. A few of you responded, and I appreciate those responses. But prior to me even sending that out to you, I had been sending suggestions that came from the community, from the District 2 community, some having to do a lot with that being spearheaded by the Lake Wiley Chamber of Commerce, them getting out to the people. We created somewhat of a complex model that took 5 acres or less, and then 5 to 30, and 30 to 50, and 50 plus, and put some models together, and staff didn't really like that. They thought it was too complicated. So anyway, point is, if the opportunity arises, I do have a motion to make tonight that I think may make sense, may not, Tough thing is, on an issue like this, there's half that feels one way and half that feels another way, and you're not going to make everybody happy. And I hate that we're in that position with everything that we vote on, right? But when you look at Highway 49 or even Cherry Road, Highway 49 has roughly 100 curb cuts on it. You just don't see that in developments today. Dave Lyle Boulevard has no curb cuts. It has 9 roads, and 2 of those are where you get off of Dave Lyle Boulevard to get on Anderson Road and to get on 77. Not that that's the best development concept, but same stretch of mileage, 2.8, has 9 roads versus 100 curb cuts from the Buster Boy Bridge out. Other thing is the Buster Boy Bridge, it's poor planning because there really was no planning that took place there. And all your traffic running to Charlotte, if you put it up on Waze, that's the way it's going to take you. It's not going to take you to Belmont to get to where you want to go on the south side of Charlotte. You got to head down 49 to get to Charlotte, right? It's just an unfortunate situation. So I'm of the belief that from everything that I've heard people share with me, what I've read, places I've visited in the last year, where I've seen with my own eyes what best practices in development looks like. Some of it's been mentioned tonight, but shared common easements, frontage and secondary roads that limit curb cuts, internal access for larger common developments. You require ample parking so you can park your car and get out and walk around the development, whether you're going to eat and then get ice cream or go have wine. You don't get back into your car until you leave. We talked about Kingsley's come up. Unfortunately, when you make decisions like this, you're trying to make an informed, intelligent decision on what's best. But there are things going to happen that you're not even thinking about. Kingsley. So South Carolina DOT is in charge of a ton of road projects in South Carolina. But if you recall, when Kingsley was built, when you went north on 77 and you got off on 160, you used to be able to pull in one entrance to the left and it will go down to the second entrance and pull in, right? Entrance to pull in. Now, how do you get in? There's one entrance, because they came back to put a median in, because they said, hey, this is slowing up traffic. We don't need this entrance to the left. We're going to push you down and put 2 turning lanes in. Now that's how you'll get in, but you got 2 coming out. Point is, there's a right way to do things, there's a wrong way to do things, and no matter how intentional you are, sometimes you got to deviate from the plan. So I believe kind of what you're asking, Bump, I personally believe that with one knocking out another doesn't really make a lot of sense. And I've got a motion to make that's real simple. If this doesn't pass, I'll make that motion and see if you all want to consider it.
Anybody else?
Well, just troubles me that then when you look at it, it takes property rights away, and I always just grew up thinking a business made or break by its customer base that comes, regardless whether any of us like anything anywhere or not like it anywhere. I can assure you there's a lot of people don't like dairy farms sitting beside them, but I have to put up with an industrial park beside me. We don't always get what we want.
So I too have spoken to a lot of folks in Lake Wiley, and the thing that I've heard, and this has been from people that have lived there for years and years, it was so funny, this one particular man, he sounded like a mini Allison. He said, I'm sick of car washes, I'm sick of oil change stations, I'm sick of warehouses. We want in our community places that we can go to that, that interest us. You know, how many times can you get your oil changed? How many times can you get your car washed? He said, I want restaurants, I want shopping areas. He said, this is what we really want. And you can't predict what a developer's going to do and land that he's going to buy for development. I do think that there's coming close to a time where there will be little shopping areas there. It, just like Kingsley, I do believe that. And that's not a situation where those areas will dictate themselves, because I'm a product of retail, 50 years. I went in small shopping centers and large shopping centers. I couldn't go in some because they wouldn't allow my use, because there were other uses there of the same thing. So basically, this is kind of like that, except that it's on a road. It's not a shopping center that, but I've been turned down many times because there were other uses in that shopping center and I couldn't go in there. So you kind of will be dictated that way by a large developer, a retail developer. So I just, I hate to see what is going on the main road happen on 274. I just hate that, because it's a mess and it dictates more and more traffic and a problem with people getting in and out. And it's, I would think that people would want some limitation there, because I do think it would be a better flow of people trying to get in and out certain times of the day. And especially on that highway that they're going 80 miles an hour anyway. It's a very dangerous highway, even though it's 5 lanes or however many lanes it is. It's crazy.
So I'm just going to ask this. It sounds to me like, Mr. Roddy, you would support an amendment that included number 3. So if Ms. Love changed her motion to include that, would you support that for a second reading?
I think you will have a better chance of passing if we had that in there.
Ms. Love, would you consider that?
Yep, I would consider that, but I think we still got a third reading where you
We still got a third.
might hear from.
We still got a third.
So if you would agree to an amendment that incorporates, who was your second? Debbie?
Yes.
Incorporate number 3 back into your motion?
Yeah, but do I have to say it all again?
Nope, I think
say it.
if you're, as long as you guys understand that, at
Because
least
it's
for
on.
purposes of second reading, if you'll incorporate that change, then, and you're
I'll
comfortable
second.
seconding that? How about we just vote on that? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 6-1 for second reading. Thank you. All right. Let me make sure I don't miss one of ours. Item number 2 for old business.
Madam Chair, just quickly to recap, so I was reading something. So you ask us to approve the second reading as it was presented to us to approve. Is that correct?
Basically, what was approved was what Planning Commission recommended and eliminating the drive-throughs as one of the items under use. That's what passed second reading.
Okay.
Item number 2, council to consider amending and second reading of an ordinance amending Title 7 of the York County Code of Ordinances by adding new Chapter 72 entitled York County Sheriff's Office Record Services Regulations, providing the regulations by which all record services utilized by the York County Sheriff's Office shall be governed, to provide for the establishment and maintenance of a record service rotation list, including record responsibilities, to provide qualifications and criteria for record services, to establish record classifications, to establish a fees rate schedule for each class of record and for related services, to establish a record disciplinary policy, including a complaint discipline procedure, to provide a rotation record complaint form, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters related thereto. Do we have a motion?
Motion to defer to a later date.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to defer. Would you like to speak as to your evening?
Yes, when we brought this up in the Justice and Public Safety meeting, I plainly asked the sheriff and them to contact everyone on the list. And as of date, they never had a meeting. These fellas spend out a lot of money for uniforms, insurance, their trucks, everything. And in this time, they definitely don't need what they get to pull a call. Doc, so I made a call today, and the sheriff department agreed to defer it, and they're supposed to hold a meeting with them. So we'll get to the bottom of it.
Any other questions? I don't have any questions.
We need a specific date or a time frame in which to defer it, and have note there's a public hearing scheduled for the 17th of June.
So are
I
we?
think the request is to defer second reading. We still have the public hearing, which will, I guess, get converted to a second reading. And the request has been made to have the meeting with the group of affected property owners hopefully prior to the public hearing. I think that would help, but that's up to the sheriff.
They actually told me it wouldn't bother them if we deferred it until they notified me, but, I mean.
I think at this point, we don't have a choice. If it's already been publicly noticed, we're going to have a public hearing. So, the next
Okay, fellas,
council
y'all
meeting.
get all your buddies out to it.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Item number 3, council to consider second reading of an ordinance to establish operating, did I do that? Yeah, operating and capital budgets for the operation of the county government of York County for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2024, to provide for the levy of taxes for York County for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2024, to provide for the expenditure of tax revenues and other county funds, and provide for other fiscal matters relating to county government.
So I'd like to go ahead and do a motion for an amendment.
If what we could do, just so we're consistent with prior ones, if we'll do a motion to approve second reading, and then we'll deal with amendments after that.
Okay, sounds good, perfect.
Can we get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Do we have any amendments?
Yeah, so I've got one amendment here. The request for Flint Hill Fire Department to move 200,000 of capital funds to their operating funds.
I second.
We have a motion to amend and a second. Is there any comment? I don't,
Is this
any concerns?
Is this move permissible?
Yeah, so the reason for this is that we had a meeting with Flint Hill, and they are currently severely understaffed. And the opportunity here that we saw from within the fund balance was we had an opportunity for them to access or capitalize on this opportunity to hire some additional firemen, but yet keep their capital balance at a safe level for future needs. And that was the why this came about.
And
So go ahead.
we've had numerous conversations with Flint Hill about this. And, staff, we've looked at this. There was 200,000 of reoccurring funding that was put in capital this year that we feel comfortable, because it was reoccurring, to put it into personnel. So
Yeah.
that's the motion that Councilmember Audette made. I think long-term, there's a number of items that they'll need to utilize fund balance from. And so I think it's important for everybody to realize we've got fund balance for a reason. It's a savings account. There's long-term capital needs that are approaching, and we really want everybody to know that that's a benefit to have that fund balance. So there's a balance between ongoing expenses versus one-time, but we do feel comfortable that there's 200,000 there to afford that.
Yeah, and to have this as a continuance each year in order for them to support additional firemen.
All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Real quick, we do have a point of clarification from Kevin.
Mr. Audette, the budget ordinance, when you look at your fire districts, it's going to be page 9 of the ordinance, all the expenditures for those special tax districts are on one line item, appropriation. So I would ask that you don't need to make a motion to do what you're doing over here. Mr. Edwards can simply go in to their budgets, the detail that's, again, not part of this ordinance, and make that change from one line to the next. That's within the county manager's authority. So he can do that himself without the motion, because again, the motion is, there's only $1 amount for total expenses in there.
Gotcha.
And now that we've heard that y'all want us to do that, we will do that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Perfect.
So that vote didn't happen.
Well, I mean, I don't think it hurts. I mean, you may not have to have it, but it doesn't hurt.
You reaffirmed your direction, and we're going to do it.
We just really made sure it was, really made sure.
Well, I think the question is, why did you vote no and did it change? 'Cause are there any other amendments? There are some things from the last council meeting that I know we need to clear up. Does anybody have any amendment?
No.
I usually don't make them. Last council meeting, there was a request that council consider, and I see this, we received a memo from management that outlined a response to a lot of the questions that we asked from our last funding source. One of the items was $40,000 to Keystone, which I understand that particular amount. There are issues related to being able to transfer that because the application for the opioid doesn't look like we're going to be able to fix it this year, but it will be fixed next year. So we do not need to find a recurring item in the budget to address, but we do potentially need to have recommendation. I mean, my understanding from management and is that the recommendation is that we just approve that as a general fund one-time expenditure.
Yeah, we feel comfortable we can afford that through fund balance because it is, as you've explained, somewhat one-time. There's other opportunities in the general fund too that we can explain further if you want us to.
I think for Keystone purposes, that's a one-time funding thing. I want to make sure council was aware of that. This doesn't impact the bottom line. And I think the majority of council raised that last time, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
All right, so do we need to make a motion? Make the motion to approve that.
Motion to approve one time of $40,000 for Keystone.
A second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, amendment passes. Do y'all want to do that? I mean, I'm trying to remember what we did last time. Here are the things I remember.
I'll throw one in.
Well,
So-
here, let me just go ahead and say it. Maybe this will help us out. One new deputy coroner position, my understanding after talking with staff, reading the memo that was provided by management, one new deputy coroner position and adding in the social media person that was brought up at the workshop, as well as the 40,000 new part-time vet, which was something that management brought up in the memo. Those three things. Those things.
What was the last one?
The vet, there's a part-time vet position that management brought up, a $40,000 expenditure that was necessary. That's what it,
So
I'm
I'm
showing
happy to
40,000.
speak to that, but I want to let you finish before we.
What I'm trying to do is to make sure that council understands those three positions are something that my understanding management has found funding for with the increased, what's it called?
The
Help me out here.
offset's going to be the interest income.
The
that
interest
we pay
income would cover that without having to address the increase in millage question, right?
Yes, so there's an opportunity, and we can think about this in terms of about $300,000 to $500,000. One of the things that happens, over the years, you don't know what the Fed is going to do in terms of interest rates. And so we do like to be conservative with what we're estimating for interest income. And obviously, the Fed has delayed that. So what we're seeing is higher investment returns, and there's an opportunity to recognize some of that. We don't want to guarantee that long term. But when we think about next year, and we better understand what the Fed's plan is, there's an opportunity to increase the amount of investment revenue that we're projecting. We think we can afford between $300,000 and $5,000 of additional expenses without a tax increase based on y'all's conversations. That might change in coming years, but we do feel comfortable with that next year in light of the current environment.
So let me make sure I'm clear on this. So we're speaking that we can find one of the two corner positions?
I'm speaking more to the total that we can find. We feel comfortable between $300,000 to $500,000. Now, what y'all want to add within that is completely up to y'all, but I think we feel comfortable with that amount.
So, do you want to?
Okay, so, and then in regards to media,
Strategic media specialist.
right. So at this point right now, I think there would be a motion on the floor in regards to a motion for one employee for the coroner's office and one employee as a media specialist.
As well as the
And then
40,000.
40,000 for the vet.
And 40,000 for the vet.
Strategic Media specialist, have we talked about that?
Yeah, we talked about that at the
Okay,
workshop.
So we know what that
Yeah.
is.
So, okay, go ahead.
I'd like to add another position.
Wait, look. Do you want to finish this motion?
Those three can be covered with the
Interest income.
increase in the, why can't I get this? The interest income is
Okay.
where we can do
Right.
that without having the millage issue be brought up so that it still remains the balanced budget.
Do we need a motion?
So I'd
Yeah,
like
you
to
just
add
made
one
it.
other,
Okay, all
I'd like
right.
to add one other to the interest income, please. The grant position that we took out because of economic development, I'd like to add that one in as well. Because that pays for itself.
Oh,
What are you referring to?
The grant position that we eliminated because
Yeah, what
we
grant
eliminated the grant position that was in the county manager's budget. We took it out with his recommendation at the last meeting.
What was the grant?
What was the position?
Grant
Yeah.
position, a grant writer.
Oh, grant writer.
Yeah.
so,
I don't recall.
so the motion, let me just make sure, let me make sure I'm clear on that motion. You want a motion in order to fill a grant position with the coroner's office, correct?
No, not the coroner's office.
Not the coroner's
No, in the original recommended budget, we had a grant position. And so we don't have one person whose job is to coordinate all the grants for the county. So we're looking for a coordinating
sorry.
position.
Okay.
Right now, Trish does that as part of her job. But there's an opportunity to improve coordination and collaboration, and the position conceivably would pay for itself someday. Now,
So-
when we were asked, how do we balance, some of these cuts the first time, that was one that's not a core service, so we offered that up. That's something we can do someday, but maybe not this year. So that's why we took that off the table then.
If we could bring up the one that the grants writer is not something I think we talked about. If you're okay, Watts, we can bring that up as a separate amendment request. But if we can put the 3 items that we just discussed.
Yeah, so.
With interest income, paid for by interest income. If you can make that motion.
Yeah, so the 3 positions, or the positions that we're stating is a, 1 corner employee, 1 media employee, and
The vet, the
Part-time
40,000
vet.
Part-time vet.
full-time vet.
Part-time.
Part-time vet.
And does the deputy coroner still come with a vehicle?
That 170 covers that.
And that does, the coroner position comes with a
That's what
vehicle,
was
correct?
represented to
Yes,
us.
it would.
Right.
So
So-
that would be my motion. Do I have a second?
And let us just add up what that total amount would be for y'all real quick. Kevin's gonna give us the
get out
total
of
amount,
here,
just so
yeah.
you know the total dollar
Just
amount.
going.
We're about at 450,000 based on what y'all shared.
Okay. So
Let's,
Okay, I'll second.
motion and a second. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Now there's been a request for the grants writer. I know that there were several positions that were cut
There were.
in order to accommodate the ED issue that we uncovered.
Yep.
And that included an assistant county manager that has been budgeted even before Josh got here. There's a grants writer piece, which I know is important as well. Is that something that we need to find? I'm just raising the question, Watts, is that something that we need to?
I had a
Is that-
meeting, had a meeting with staff today to go over parts of the budget, and no, that's not what we pulled out. There's not necessarily anything that we need to find money for to pay for in the budget, just the grant writing position.
And I want to be clear about something. I misunderstood what was going on. The 450, that's the 3.5 positions. That included, and it's not part of your motion, so basically back out about 100,000 out of that to get what you've approved. So you're about 350 right now, roughly, with the 2.5 FTEs that the motion just had. The 450 included the grant writer position, just to be clear.
Oh, it did.
That's,
So if we want, I guess the question then is, I just have not heard anything about the grants writer position. Is that the most critical piece that management thinks that we need if we need to find a position?
Well, a grant writer typically pays for themselves and some if you get a good one.
I think long-term, it's a position that will be very helpful. Now, the reason we took it off the table was it wasn't one of our highest priorities, and that's why we did that. So I think that decision is up to y'all. If y'all award that position, we will definitely utilize it. It might be something we bring back if you don't approve it, but there's a number of other priorities that I understand that the council has, and so that's one of the challenges. But that position would pay for itself, and it would give our budget director more time to do budget director activity, which is a good opportunity long-term for role clarity and for finance to get more involved in the grant process. So that's what that position is all about, is setting up a structure that can be successful long-term. Whether that happens this year or next, that's something we're going to continue to talk about.
Well, I certainly wouldn't feel comfortable just showing up tonight saying, poof, let's get a grant writer. All right, throw that position in there. When so many people have come before us asking for things, I don't see how the grant writer rises to the top over some things that's been asked for and vetted. And then we're going to make a decision tonight on a grant writer that I'm hearing for the first time.
Yeah.
Well, it was in the original,
Well,
budget.
we hadn't had any discussion
Agree.
about it. You know, this is like spur of the moment. Just because we got some interest income, don't mean we should just haul off and spend it. You know, that's
And
not
I
how
think
it
it's kind of
works.
like rec funding. Let's have our strategic planning session. Let's talk about where we're headed. I mean, we got PIO and we got strategic planning coming up. And so I think we look at it like we're gonna do rec funding. We're gonna work on that between now and next year. I mean, I don't know how many grants we do and how many opportunities. Have we missed any opportunities? So I just think it's something that we look at over the next year. I do agree, long-term, it's probably a great thing. And, but I think
We need to
should
vet it out.
We need to vet that, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say,
You okay
I'm not
with that,
opposed
or-
to, I'm not opposed to considering it. We still have one other reading. I would like, to ask for some priorities, and one other thing I would like to clean up before we ask for if there's any other amendments. the recreation funding was approved as budgeted, and there apparently is, I just want to clarify for council, there was no millage increase to approve what was requested. What was requested at first reading and what was approved at first reading was to approve the municipal association allocation. There was a minor change that needed to be made with that. And then to continue to allocate the same amount that was budgeted for Lake Wiley. And there actually is a fund balance, as I understand it, within that rec funding fund that can pay for that. And is there something that you all need in order to direct that?
I thought we were getting a portion of the hospitality dollars.
From H-Tax.
It's coming from fund balance.
So the motion was for staff to consider where the funding should come from, and because the rec tax actually has its own fund balance, I think it's about 1.1 million. I think that's our recommendation, to utilize that fund balance.
Originally, it was H-Tax, and then we deferred it to them if they
We
came up
asked
with
staff
something
to
else.
come up with the solution. Is that some, so we don't need to make a motion to change that, and that doesn't result in a tax
How do we
increase?
know that? Like, how do y'all know that and I don't know that?
Well, just like the grant position that was in the budget, but apparently some of us
It
didn't
was
know it
actually
was
in
in
the
the
memo.
budget.
It's in the memo that they sent to us Friday, and I had to call and ask today, what's rec funding? I thought rec funding wasn't the unincorporated rec funding, but that's even better. I
And-
found it, I had to make calls to find it out, so that's why I want to make sure it's transparent to
Yeah.
council.
And Ms. Love, this was all part of Mr. Watts' motion at first reading, where he deferred to let management pick the best place to find it, and so that's why you might not have known about that at the time. Remember, 3 years ago, Mr. Hudspeth made the motion to try to kill the entire rec fund. We were going to use that fund balance for our own parks, but, so it's part of what Mr. Watts did in the first motion, and there's no need for anything else at this point.
So the only other one was the 25,000 for safe passage.
That was done in first reading.
So we're covered on that, we're good.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
critical
Yeah.
needs
Okay.
transfer.
Yeah.
Are there any other amendments that any council member wants to raise?
Which you're going to meet with the school superintendent and my request to help with the ag tourism, right?
Yes, but do you want to explain that to the full council? Okay. So one of the things that Councilmember Atkins brought up last meeting was the opportunity that York schools and Clover are working on related to agritourism in a facility. And so in talking with Councilmember Atkins, there's a couple options. You could put something in the budget. We could pull from the Economic Development Fund or something like that. But one of the options that we shared with him was you could also ask staff to go and have a conversation with the school districts and ask them how we can help, how we can get involved, what the need is. And then as staff, we can bring back that recommendation. We can work on it, bring you all back something mid-year next year. When I say mid-year, it could be August, it could be July, but it doesn't have to be in the budget. It's something that we can bring an agenda item forward to y'all as a recommendation, and you could add mid-year from fund balance if it makes sense. So those are the options before y'all. You could add something in the budget, but there's not a specified need at this point, or staff is willing to go and meet with the superintendents and their staff to ask them how we can help and be a part of that project. So I'm open to either options. I do have meetings with the superintendents on my calendar over the next 2 or 3 weeks, and I'm happy to bring that up to them as well.
I would rather know what their timeline looks like, because we're on the very front end of what they're doing right now. They've just gotten the other money from the state, and Tommy and I both attended their barn raising, and so I would just like to know what their timeline to raise the rest of the money, which is a lot, and how that looks, how they're planning to do that, and what the timeline's going to be for.
And they're supposed to have some matching program. I ain't really sure how that works.
So as I'm hearing, there's no amendment tonight to address this issue, but we're directing, unless I hear objection, we're directing management to have that conversation to get more details about what's needed and how the county can be a part of that and what role they're asking us to play on that.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Right. Any other amendments to the budget? I will say this, a lot of the memo that we got this past weekend dealt with the Regent Park issue, and I know that there's $30,000 that's dedicated towards looking at that. It doesn't seem as if there's been anything budgeted, because I guess that we don't know what that number is yet, but from what I can tell, there's one area, Culvert A, that is the one that is controlled by the county, and that's the one that we're looking at. And the reason why I'm bringing this up in the budget is we still do have third reading, and I do not want to foreclose any discussion about, is there something, there's folks that want to do something on preservation, there's talking about trying to change lot sizes, but you do that, you take away property rights, how are you going to do that? And I think the only way you can do that is through a preservation program. So I'm not prepared to make any motion tonight. I think what we have for approval of second reading is a balanced budget. And so we can just move forward with second on that. But I did not want folks to be taken by surprise at the next reading, because I'm still drilling down on the memo that council was given on that, and how do we address those issues. Does anybody have anything else before we vote on the main motion of second reading?
For the record, what's that, Kevin, for the record, what's our millage impact? Are we increasing anywhere?
No, sir. At this point, the millage is still not been increased at all by council.
I just wanted to go on the record and say, well, York County is not having a millage increase. For the record.
Actually saving money.
All of those, any other comments? That's a good
That's
point.
it.
All those in favor of the main motion to approve the budget, second reading, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We move now to item number 26 in consent, which will be our item number 4 in old business. This is something that management and staff asked to pull out. As I understand it, there's a request for a deferral. Nope, we got to make a change on that one. All right, so let me just read it out, and then I'll ask management to explain. We've got a reduction that we need to make. Council to consider second reading of an ordinance to amend the Code of County of York, South Carolina, Chapter 51.05, Water and Sewer Rates and Charges, Terms and Conditions of Service, Sections B2 and B10, in order to amend the water rate schedule and sewer rate schedule and to provide for matters related thereto. So we need a motion.
Yes.
We need a motion to amend. Can you explain to us why we pulled this out?
Yes, I can, Madam Chair, and in local government, we don't always get to share good news, but this is good news. There's a potential to reduce this because of what we've heard from Rock Hill. They've changed their estimate, and they're lowering their rate increases, and so we want to match that. But I want to let Mike Moore share a little bit more details about the why and why we're comfortable with that. I also want to shamelessly give him just, a thank you for all his service to York County, as this is his last meeting. We're very thankful for all he's done for the county, and we're sad to see him go. But he's not going too far where we can't see him. But with that, I'll hand it off to Mike.
So last week, we received a memo from City of Rock Hill saying that they're going to now bring their rates up only 4% for both water and sewer. Previously it was 5 and 10%. We've gone back, staff has looked at what should we, the county, propose, and we're proposing to match that 4% for both water and sewer rate increase for our customers, so they will see a lower than the 5 and 10%, which was in the original draft. So from a capital standpoint and an operating standpoint, 4% is our recommendation for both water and sewer.
So do we have a motion to, how do we need to make that motion? What's the most appropriate way? Motion to amend? Motion to approve? Second reading?
I defer to the county attorney, but
Sure.
yeah, I think that.
Motion to amend with, to reflect the rates to be consistent with the City of Rock Hill's proposed reductions.
Motion to amend to be consistent with the rates of Rock Hill.
Very good. Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Now we have item Number 21, and new business. Council to approve contractual agreement with Axon Enterprise, Inc. of Scottsdale, Arizona for the purchase of software solution for use by the Solicitor's Office for initial first year cost of $46,736.97. And we were asked to pull this out by legal.
That's correct. I need to discuss the presentation with the solicitor so that the proposal as provided to council is consistent with some contractual guidelines that we need to make sure we're following.
So do we need a deferral to the next meeting, or how long?
Yes, please, to the next meeting.
Okay, motion to defer
To the next meeting.
to the next meeting.
Do we have a second? Second. Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Let's go back to where I'm going. Committee and other reports, Finance and Operations Committee, Chairwoman Allison Love.
So the Finance and Operations Committee met today at 5:30, and we considered applications for service for the following: Keep York County Beautiful. Made the recommendation for Nicole Huckabee for a first term, for an at-large seat. We deferred the York County Library Board appointment. We made the recommendation for Vicki Walford for a first time for District 2 for the Board of Disabilities and Special Needs, and for Charles Schwartz for District 4 for a first term. The York County Culture and Heritage Commission, we made the recommendation for George Shepard for a first term. The Old English District, the recommendation for Andy Clinton to finish out a new first term. This will be a new first term. Just finishing out an old term before that. And for Chris Clemente for a first term on the Stormwater Appeals Board. We also considered allocations of funds, and I'm just going to run through these without saying all that part over and over. From District 2 to River Hills Lions Club in the amount of $2,800. From District 3 to York County Livestock Show in the amount of $4,000. From District 5 to Clemson Extension 4-H program in the amount of $3,000. District 5 to Optimist Club of Rock Hill in the amount of $1,500. The District 5 to Worthy Boys and Girls Camp in the amount of $1,500. District 6 to Pathways Community Center in the amount of $2,500. District 6 to Camp Canaan in the amount of $2,500. District 6 to Safe Passage in the amount of $2,500. District 6 to Family Promise in the amount of $1,750. District 6 to Bethel Day Shelter in the amount of $2,500. District 6 to the Life House in the amount of $2,500. District 6 to Catawba Mental Health in the amount of $1,750. District 7 to Defend the Fatherless in the amount of $3,000. District 7 to the Fort Mill History Museum in the amount of $10,000. District 7 to the Town of Fort Mill for $5,000. We had a finance update, and the sheriff's vacancy is down just a little, and then we approved the minutes from the May 6th meeting.
Thank you, ma'am. That is the only reports that we have. We do not have any citizen concerns. We do have executive session, but before that, do we have any council member new non-agenda comments?
Absolutely. I skipped last week, 2 weeks ago, so I got it built up tonight.
Keep in mind it's 9:40.
Well, I don't have to work tomorrow, so we got all night.
I do.
Somebody gonna stay with me. So, obviously, I've been here for a while, and when we get into appointing different boards and commissions, I got a call several years ago when someone says, is it appropriate to put a family member? Someone had put their dad on a board. Get a call late last week, someone asking, what are the rules of appointing family members to the board? I had no idea what they were talking about, and obviously I hear a similar name tonight, so I wanted to kind of pose the question to staff and obviously legal, what do we have in place? What are some of the guidelines? Is anything that precludes family members, and is there anything that even speaks to that? Because I've never appointed anyone. I do think sometimes the optics publicly drives what people feel. And if, it's come up only twice in my tenure of family members or relatives being appointed. Me personally, I don't know what would the drawback be. I don't know what we have in place that speaks to that. So if there's anything that speaks to that, I would like to have that shared with council so that we all know some of the do's and don'ts and how, if anything applies to family members. I haven't never heard that they were precluded, but the question has come up twice, one being recently as last week. Also, want to remind everybody there's an election coming up next Tuesday. Want to make sure everybody exercise their rights to get out and vote. Obviously, there's a county council race, there's a sheriff's race, there's a solicitor race, so whatever may be on the ballot in your area, make sure you go out and exercise your right to vote. And that's about all I have.
Anyone else?
Yes. So since I joined council, any of the appointments that I've made, I don't, I appoint people I think are qualified for a position, but they don't have an agenda from me. They don't have any expectations of me. I don't micromanage them. I don't share anything with them necessarily. And I certainly don't expect them to take what I think and believe and go push it towards another council. So my wife picks up trash when she walks every day. She's perfect for York County, beautiful. But I wouldn't be influencing her or anybody else that I've appointed to do anything. The County Library Board, my candidate is appointed to the South Carolina Library Board by the governor of South Carolina. He has 1 year left on his term. Been in communication with our county attorney today, going back and forth. He doesn't think there's a conflict. There could be a conflict. Citizens could say it's conflict. So probably going to appoint someone else. But again, I'm not appointing anybody with any expectation what I want them to do if they join the library board. I want that to be known. I don't do that. If you don't believe me, call anybody I've appointed and ask them, have I called them and asked them to do anything on any board they've been appointed to? The answer is no, and it won't be, because that's not how I operate.
Any other comments? I think one of the things that we probably should discuss, those two things, like at a retreat, it is critical that council, we've talked about this many times, there should be a line between council and any board appointees. And sometimes we hear that that doesn't happen. And so that needs to be reiterated when we have our retreat as it applies to many folks. At any rate, do we have a motion for executive session?
Yes, we do. We got a few motions here. The first one, receipt legal advice litigation legal update.
Just do them all together.
Oh, you want to do them all together? Oh, okay. Receipt of legal advice, consideration of settlement agreement for project US 21 SC 51, project number 1149-004, track number 106. And lastly, proposed contractual matter, Project Rose.
Do we have a second? Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we'll move straight into executive session.
In the second
We are out of executive session. No action was taken. Do we have any motions?
Yeah, we do have one motion. Motion to authorize settlement agreement for project US 21/SC 51, project number 11149-004, track 106, as discussed in executive session.
Do we have a second?
We got a second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned.
All right.
Remind me of Michael Johnson, wait